Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Today's court is sponsored by Kitty Cam, and you'll know what I mean in just a second. So who's going to be on with me this morning? You all must be wondering. Oh, it's the one and only Annie. Good morning.
Hi, you guys. Good
Good
morning.
morning. You want to show them the kitty cam?
Well, Kitty Cam failed because
Oh,
the bird.
she got
She got up.
stage fright. Oh no.
No, she got distracted by a bird.
Oh, by a bird. Well, priorities. Forget it. She
What,
doesn't even
other
want to be a
kitty?
YouTube star.
What are you? Are you gonna jump up here?
Good
No.
morning, Lady
Anyway,
and Greg. Good morning. And Miss Buffy, it will start on cross. I hope Alyssa, you went back and watched testimony again. Me too. I also sent you the link, Buffy, for whenever you want to join later today. If you do, hope to have you. And yeah, good morning, you guys. Sorry we were a little late. Little Llama needed to print out some stuff, and the printer was being a jerk face because, of course, it is. So we didn't work it out. It'll be fine. We didn't work it out, but he was going to miss his bus. So sorry about being late this morning. Thank you guys for being patient. So rumor has it that we might get Jen McCabe on the stand today. Yes, I hope so. I hope so.
I am so excited.
And the only thing is, right, is that we're going to spend like hours probably with Brennan crossing her. Ugh, gosh, not a bore that guy. Unless he's doing, voir dire, and then all of a sudden he has a personality. Look, there's Kid Cam. Kid Cam.
Calliope.
Oh, that's Calliope. The one who really wants to be a star. Look at her. Oh, there's Polly. Good morning, Polly.
So
Good
cute.
morning. We'll do anything for views. So we got Kitty Cam. I'm just kidding. Let me take another drink of coffee.
No, lay down and go to sleep and don't be annoying.
And don't be annoying. Yeah, so this morning we will still have what was his name? Ian
Whiffin?
Whiffin. We'll be on cross till lunch, my guys. Yeah, probably. I would think so. Anyway, I should hope that Alessi has some questions for him. Particularly, so our problem with Alessi yesterday was that it seemed like his science that he used for collecting the data, we have questions about it because it seemed like it was a program that he used. So he's like the Cellebrite guy, right? He comes in to talk all about Cellebrite and how great it is. But then we learned that Cellebrite may not be as great as we think it is, right? The steps aren't entirely reliable. The inclines are not entirely reliable. And by we don't mean like 100%, but like we know people that are getting convicted based on that sort of data from Cellebrite. So that's a little questionable for us. And it kind of seemed like, here's the thing with science, right? Is you have to be able to test it. Not only you should be able to test it, but your peers need to be able to test it as well, right? That's when it all checks out. Has his program and his findings been tested by his peers? Because he said that he came up with another program to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Annie, because I'm trying to remember shit from yesterday morning. He said that like Cellebrite only captured so much stuff, so he had a program that would like get more. And don't get me wrong, like the data that's there, if the timeline's accurate, right? It's problematic. It's a little problematic there. But again, it's only showing where John's phone is. But there are some issues there. But it's whether or not we're gonna find this guy to be credible. I don't know if he really did himself any favors on the stand yesterday. That's just my opinion, though.
I don't think so, but
Yeah. Which you don't hear that often, but we'll see. we'll see how it goes. I think the things that would, let's say his testimony that is found credible, some of the things that make you go, that's not great, Karen. It's not great for you, would be, what did he call it? Pocket view or pocket something.
Oh, Pocket State.
Pocket state. Thank you. Pocket state, which means, because he had an iPhone, John had an iPhone, right? So it has like the
Mhm.
face recognition thing, which I don't know why people do that, but whatever. Um,
It creeped me out more yesterday with
yeah,
all like the Pocket State, like it knows when it's covered up, and that was, I don't like that.
yeah.
Here.
It's too late for all of that, you guys. Everybody already has all your data. Spoiler alert. No, so the pocket data, okay, let's say we do find this guy credible. I'm waiting to see Cross um beforehand and have some more answers from this guy because I'm waiting
Yeah.
for Cross to ask hopefully some of the questions we've asked and see what his answers are for that, right? Because maybe he didn't get to explain it in the best way during direct or something like that. So I'm still in the fence of whether or not I find his findings and everything credible. But what is problematic, I think, if so, is that one, the pocket state, right? Because that says
Hmm.
the camera looks for your face to unlock it, but if the camera can't um, see anything, it goes into pocket state, meaning something is blocking that camera, i.e., pocket or anything really, to where it can't find anything. And Whiffin was a cop in Canada. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Hmm.
Um, so the problem for Karen with that one is guess what? That pocket thing isn't activated for 6. It can't be. It can't find anything. The camera can't find anything to latch on for from the time John is supposedly hit to the time they find him in the morning. And the only way for that, and we know that his phone was found under his body. So, which would put it in a pocket state because something is blocking the camera. So that's problem number one for the defense, I think, if people find this guy credible. Problem two, I think, for that data is the battery temperature thing. Because I was
Yeah.
thinking when we were watching, right? Because there was a certain part where there's no data for certain hours, and I was like, wouldn't it keep going down? Obviously, so it goes all the way down to I think 32 degrees Fahrenheit at a certain point, and then
Hmm.
it doesn't change until back when they do then
6
they find
a.m. or
him
whatever.
till they find him. But see, that's the thing, right? Is his body is going to keep it from dropping even further. His body heat because it's underneath of him. Because I'm like, it has to be colder
Hmm.
than 30 degrees Fahrenheit outside in the middle of a freaking blizzard. Like you're talking single digits, maybe even negative wind chill. So why did it stop at 32? And that'd be because it's under his body. So those were kind of my two takeaways from the data. What did you guys think in chat here? How are you guys feeling about this guy and his data? I think that those could be two problems if people find him credible. Um, the what bothers me though about his testimony though is the Jen McCabe Google search thing. And what bothers me about that is not necessarily what he said, right? But what he said is like if I opened a tab on my phone, I am notorious for having like 100 tabs open on my phone at any given point because it just makes a new one every time I search something. Angie says he's kind of treading in territory that could open up other cases that relied on data. He's trying to discredit Google timestamps, tracking data, etc. Yeah, it does make me a little nervous because, in particular, this Google tab thing, right? So if I open up, scroll back in my long list of tabs, and I type into one of them, how's cold, how's long to die in the cold, it's going to
Hmm.
say that came from, you know, October 2024, according to what they say how the data should be interpreted on the timestamp. And it doesn't matter what you search in there. I could search 10 things in that tab, and until I close it, it's going to say the same timestamp on the whole thing, which is crazy to me. I don't quite understand that, to be super honest. I feel like if you don't close out Safari, yeah, but see, my problem with that is like, think of how many other cases we've seen
That
where
we haven't heard that.
that we haven't heard that. And that's my problem with that's not even his testimony that I have a problem with. It's, if that's the case, that's a little bothersome for me. It's not as accurate of a timestamp as many are led to believe. So I think that's interesting. Buffy says once you close out Safari, it writes the data. Yeah, I mean, I'm an Android user, so maybe it's different on Androids. I don't know. I use Google Chrome. That's what I use. So, and the other thing is that he was using the previous model iOS to compare or explain what Jen used, but she used the next couple models up, or iOS systems. So that's interesting. Lady in Gray says, I'm going to withhold my judgment on Whiffin's testimony until I see how it holds up under cross. Me too. I think that's reasonable, right? To just wait until it's all over to see if it holds up. So, but those are, if you find him credible, then I think those are the findings that lean more towards, he may have gotten hit by a car. So, let's see. Buffy says that's an issue because there are always patches and iOS updates. Okay, well, I am a phone scientist. That stuff is very confusing. Excuse me. But we'll see how it goes today. And then rumor has it, it's gonna be Jen McCabe today, so I hope so.
We'll see. I don't know. It's a full day today, yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah, as far as I know, they didn't tell us anything yesterday.
Look at me knowing the day of the week.
Look at you. Oh my gosh, you're growing so much. Lumpkins, I sent you the link to this. Oh, okay. Sorry. I've only had like 3 cups of coffee, Polly, so my multitasking is garbage right now. Oh, what's this? His website. ArtX.
Yeah, I have that pulled up. Oh my goodness.
Okay. So this is for like his program? Yes, it looks like it.
Only 3?
3 sips. 3 sips of coffee, not 3 cups. I wish. But it makes too much sense for Brennan. I know, right? To have Jen on the stand right afterwards. What? That's so.
I want to know what Polly thinks about this guy's website.
What do you think about it, Polly? Lady in Gray says, now if the timeline is correct, does it really lead to him only being hit by a car, or does it lead to something happening to him? There's a difference. Correct. So I don't remember like the exact time that from yesterday where they're like everything stops for the phone. I want to say was it like 12:33 or something? I don't remember. Ooh, that was fun.
Sorry.
The only thing is I thought it was a very small window of time where everything stops on the phone. Now we couldn't just say, oh, his phone was just outside, right? Because it doesn't necessarily put him with the phone if you drop the phone. But let's say he did have his phone with him in the house. Something happens. He's died or whatever, and he puts him outside. I don't know if there's that much window of time for that to happen. I don't know. I'm a little fuzzy right now on the timeline exact times. So
I'm a lot fuzzy on the timeline.
He said it could overwrite if phone gets turned off too, didn't he? Can't remember. No, it had something to do with making the tab active again, but unsure if phone dies or turned off. I don't even know. I don't believe
Yeah.
him driving on a flat road logs some as going up 9 flights of stairs with the phone just sitting in the car. That's
I
the
have an iPhone and Apple Health, what are all the stuff he mentioned, and I have never logged going upstairs while driving. I have always it does not it does my data has never read that way. So I'll just leave that there.
Oh, the other thing that he said that was a problem I found to be problematic was Jen's Google delete at 2:27 in the morning, and he was like, I don't know how that happened. I have no idea. Can't figure it out. Can't recreate it. Don't know why that happened. It's like, ooh, what do you mean? You don't. It just so coincidentally that thing just deletes out of nowhere. Nobody knows why. Not even the freaking Cellebrite people. Oh, not good for the.
Doesn't sit well.
Doesn't sit well. Good morning, JT. Sorry I missed yesterday, but it also sounds like it was a fever dream that resided in a dark nightmare of illogic. It was something like that. It was something like that.
Maybe not
Sorry.
their best day.
It wasn't anybody's best day yesterday. It was nobody's best day yesterday. Well, there the voir dire with Dr. Wolf. Oof, yikes. Um, Brennan was something. What? It was ridiculous. Um, I thought it was a little projecting too, don't you think? Like, did you guys talk? Are you friends? Did you delete
Absolutely.
messages? What did you talk about? When did you call each other?
Oh
Blah
my
blah blah. It's
gosh.
very projecting
So you
on
charged him, you charged the defense, or whatever, you
yeah.
charged them for talking about personal matters like your family?
Yeah. Oh, it was so
Sir, sit down.
sir. I mean, I probably like we know you're a defense attorney. Okay.
Yeah.
You're
I
telling
didn't
me
know, but I can tell by the way he interacts with people, like the questions um
what
the
is
way he
that?
was projecting himself.
Oh, so someone says one is so quiet you cannot hear, and the girl on the right had her mic turned up so high it hurts your ears. Oh, sorry about that, Elaine. I don't know what to
Uh,
tell you there.
which one am I?
I don't think it's me.
Let me. I had
How
to
about
turn it up
everyone else?
yesterday
How do
because
we sound for
everybody was
everybody
having
else?
issues.
Oh, you do sound much better today
Okay,
than
cool.
yesterday.
Well, I just turned it down some because if I sound better, there's no need to have it turned up.
Okay, maybe that's it. Somebody in chat let us know how we're doing for you, and apologize, Elaine. Hope you stick around. How many flights would it show when you fly somewhere? That's a good question, Angie. That's a good question. Um, does it do that when you fly in a plane? I don't know. So many questions. Buffy says we're coming in fine. Lady in Gray says, Annie, you're on the right. Usually I can't hear you, but you are better today. That's great. She has a new
Great.
setup.
I do have a new setup, so I won't have to be as loud. Shut up, Polly. Bye.
I don't know why I'm not loud. I'm basically making out with the microphone over here.
Mhm.
So, I don't know. I don't know what to do about it.
This
Okay.
weekend, if he has.
Okay.
Oh.
JT this weekend, if he has an iPhone, that is. Oh, that's a good question. JT, we're
Hmm.
going to need you to do an experiment. Please and thank you. Oh my goodness, it's so hot. By the way, my area is supposed to be getting storms today. We may or may not get them. So we'll see if any power is lost. That's what's happened. Um, what else do we have to talk about this morning? Oh gosh, there was something else I wanted to bring up from yesterday. Oh, so she asked the Arca guys if they could have their stuff ready by May 7th as the deadline, but I don't know. Do we know? Did she allow them to testify or what? I don't really know how that ended, to be quite honest with everybody. I'm not sure if she like approved them to testify. So if somebody picked that up in chat, just let me know, because they ended kind of rushed and weird.
Yeah, we didn't get any information.
No, not really. It was like, lawyers come meet me for sidebar, and then it went away. So
Gone. That was when they had the juror come up and talk to them, right? Yesterday.
no, because that would have been at lunch, because voir dire, the jury wasn't there. I
Right?
think they had the
So
jury come
lunch.
talk
Okay.
to them before the second half, though. You're right.
Mm.
I don't think she's decided yet. We may hear this morning. Okay, that's what I thought too. I thought it wasn't like a decision had been made. And she was just trying to confirm they could meet the deadline. No, that wasn't weird for Bev of the day. She's not normal, neither is her courtroom. Oh, she doesn't usually rule from the bench. Oh, that's convenient and cute. Okay, well, then I guess we'll see. The thing about Brennan, right? Well, we're not going to have that much time to look over things if it's not until May 7th. Do you know, sir, it is the middle of a trial? You had this report since January, and you said it took a month. How come it couldn't be done yet? And it's because he didn't get approval to do the case yet from the feds. It wasn't a matter of they couldn't start working on it. It was a matter of, doing things by the book. Something the Canton PD knows nothing about, it looks like. But here we are. Oh my gosh, this coffee is so delicious. And they have regular creamer today, which is great.
I just have black coffee today.
Oh, really? Oof.
Mm.
I don't do black coffee. No, thank you.
It depends on the coffee.
Mm.
This is my Georgian coffee.
Oh, okay.
It's very good. I told Terry, I messaged her yesterday about trying some Georgian wine if she hasn't. So this is totally unrelated to court, but so France has acknowledged begrudgingly that the oldest winemaking system has been found in Georgia, because previously it was France.
Really?
And so currently Georgia is the oldest known creator of wine, which is pretty recent.
The country.
And it's very good. It's sweeter. It's different than, it's just got its own flavor by the way they do it.
Is it
But
port
anyway,
wine?
I was
Is that what
like,
you said?
no, it's just its own sort of thing. They do have some port, but anyway, it's very good if you like sweeter, right? Not like Dublin sweet, but like kind of a middle between a semi-sweet and a sweet.
Okay.
So it's not my favorite, but it is good. It's worth trying if you are interested. So.
Annie the Globe Traveler.
We like our coffees.
They just got the Commonwealth report last Friday too, right? Brennan needs to quit acting like they're on top of their game. Okay. It was a little like, sir, let's be real of what's going on over here. For realsies. I can't even with that. Oh my goodness. Let's see what else. Ooh, have you guys heard about, I read last night, and maybe we'll talk more about it, like as we know more. But so in Australia, because we don't talk about a lot about trials and stuff in other countries, right? It is America is one of the few places that like televise their trials. So we don't get to see a lot coming out of other countries. But in Australia, they have a huge trial that starts today, or maybe yesterday. I don't know how time works in Australia, the time difference. But anyway, it's like their big trial of this woman who allegedly poisoned family members with a beef Wellington with poison mushrooms. She's called the mushroom murderer. where like
That's not
she had, I want to say, I know it was her in-laws for sure, like in-laws, a friend, and then I think the other guy might have been her husband. One of the guys did make it, but the other three all died. And anyway, it starts it started today then. So, okay, they're 14 hours ahead, 11:04 p.m. on a Tuesday there. Okay. So maybe they'll have some updates by tomorrow, but I thought that
bad.
could kind of be fun if we follow along in the news about the mushroom murder lady. But it is
Yeah,
their
why
Karen
not?
Reed is all I'm saying. Maybe not in the sense of like investigation and stuff, but like that's how big of a deal this mushroom murder is for them. So, and
Wow.
it's expected to be like 6 weeks,
Wow.
which seems like a lot for a
Okay.
poison case. Like, what? I also didn't know you put mushrooms in beef Wellington, so all I know about beef
I
Wellington is what Gordon Ramsay yells at people about in Hell's Kitchen. So,
But he's so nice to children. He's so nice to children.
he is. I love Gordon Ramsay. Nobody's allowed to talk bad things about him. I love him. That's a lot of dedication. Beef Wellington can be a bee of a dish to make, right? But so yeah, I thought that would be interesting that we can follow along with, as we go on, because I'm curious about it. But as far as I know, there's no like visuals of the trial. We don't even have the ceiling fan yet.
Oh, nope. I saw it refreshing and I got excited.
No, sorry. Sorry. All right. I gotta go get more coffee. Entertain them for 1 minute, please, and thank you.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You can do it.
I have to talk to these people all day. Oh, Big Annie. Oh, gosh. Hi, you guys. I have Nani, who's asleep over here. She's the good baby. And then Calliope, who's not being good at all in the corner, but you can't see her. So, anyway. So, this would have been 14 hours ago. Okay. Anyway, Mama didn't ask this morning. So, what snacks do you guys have? I have my trail mix, the not very good trail mix because there's no chocolate or salt in it. It's just cranberries and nuts. But I also have my hot fries and pistachios and coffee and water. And Llama is almost back, and we'll ask her what she has. I have chocolate chips I could add to this. That would have been too smart. Also, my stuff is running a little bit slow right now. I don't know why.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, everybody. All right.
Welcome. We were talking about snacks.
So snacks. Who brought stuff for snacks? I did not have stuff for snacks, but I do have a leftover gyro for lunch today that I'm very excited about. So
I made. Brent offered. He offered to get pizza last night, and I was like, "No, we need to eat healthy." So I made chicken thighs, which I hate, and broccoli and potatoes. And then afterwards, he said it was delicious, and I was like, "Yeah, but pizza would have been so much." Are you kidding me right now?
oh, the kitties are jealous today. Jen is after Whiffin because Turtle Boy can't be in court when she is. Oh, okay. Right, because
It's the baby hold.
oh, look at it, little kitty. She just wants to be a star. He posted she was up next. Well, excellent. Is that because is there like a restraining order going on or something like that? Is that why? Because that's who he got in trouble with, right? Of Was it intimidating witnesses, I think, or something like that? You made chicken thighs too? I didn't like those. Mm-mm.
I made Cajun chicken thighs because
No, ma'am.
I wanted to be as lazy as possible.
Harassment and stuff. Yes. Okay. That's what I thought. I'm not very knowledgeable on the Turtle Boy drama. So, the judge ruled he cannot be in court when certain witnesses are on the stand, but his seat is saved. Interesting.
Would you like to get up on the bed that I made for you?
Oh, look at your face. Yes, we see you, Calliope.
You're such a pain in the butt. But I love you.
She's like, but they want to see me, Mom. I can feel it. She's like, the person in the computer is talking to me. I think she wants
really
to
not
pet
comfortable that you're sitting on my baby.
me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now, I think somebody said that in the last trial, Jen McCabe was on the stand for like 2 days, which is a very long time for a witness to be on a stand. Like that's a lot. Oh, Angie confirms that she was on for 2 days. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, sorry. Ooh, new emoji is available for members. So you guys, if you're not a member yet of True Crime and Wine Time, let me tell you about joining to be a member. You click the little join button. You can pick which tier you want. By being a member, you can use special emojis that the regular people, the peasants, I'm just kidding, you guys aren't peasants. I'm not even a member yet.
I'm a
um,
member on one account because somebody gifted it to me.
yeah, people do gift memberships, which is so great. But anyway, as a member, so you can use the cool emojis that we have. We have a Saturday the 3rd. Oh, thank you, JT. See, JT just did an example of gifting a membership. I'm not sure who it went to because I don't have it open. But that's how you do that. So Saturday, him and Terry from True Crime and Wine Time podcast are going to be live in Austin, Texas at the Hamilton Pool and Vineyards. They're going to be there all day. Tickets are on sale. They're going to be discussing the yogurt shop murders, which is unsolved, and it is, it's rough, guys. The story is rough. And if you're a member of the channel, they're going to stream it live. So if you can't be in Austin, become a member and you can watch all the magic happen. And then we're going to be doing some member only events later in the month of May. So it's always a good time. Yes, the yogurt shop murders is infuriating. Infuriating. So yeah, that's a good reason to be a member. What else do we have this week? Oh, tomorrow we have Midday Missing, which you guys will be redirected back and forth like we did on Monday. We got that to work, which was exciting. And then there's no True Crime and Wine Time this Thursday. As you know, Terry and JT have the show in Austin, and there's flights to be taken and things to be done before the show. So we're just taking a Thursday night off for that. Oh my gosh, so you guys just have me all week. I guess I'll be holding down the fort while everybody's gone.
What a joy.
Ooh, and guess who's going to be joining us on Thursday, you guys? Maybe even tomorrow, but definitely Thursday. Amy. Amos is coming on with us all day. Oh. It's just the news. Don't get excited, everybody. I don't know if you could hear that. I don't think so, but yeah, Amy's going to be on with us Thursday to watch Karen Reed because she's going to be on vacation. Because she's like, going on a vacation. And we're like, okay. And you want to hear something really cute? She's bringing her whole computer with her. Like not her laptop, but like her desktop, her whole thing with her. Oh, I
She
love
is the
that.
cutest person.
She's so cute, isn't she? She's so cute. She was like, "Don't laugh when I tell you," and of course I laughed. But I was like, "That's because you're adorable. How can I not?" Um,
It's just very Amy of her.
I know, right? Like you're going on a vacation, you're like, "No." Actually, she's really just excited to stream because she never gets to do it during the day with us because she's at work. So I love it. She's such a nerd, and I love it. So yeah, she'll be in with us Thursday, maybe Wednesday and Friday, but I don't think Friday.
Aw, I won't be
I
here
don't know what
Friday
else.
either.
Oh yeah, yeah. It'll just be mostly me Friday. Maybe Buff. Maybe Buff
Buff.
will come on.
Buff.
Some Buff. Oh man, she was busy yesterday. If everybody was wondering where Buffy was, she had life stuff she had to do and take care of like an adult. Um, but I told her I was like, man, it would have been great to have you on yesterday though, for when
Oh
Brendan
my
did the poor
goodness.
dear of Dr. Wolf. Oh, think of the screenshots we could have had with that. Could have been amazing. Right? Oh wait. It started, you guys.
We're back.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, if you haven't yet, please like the video so people can see us. Thanks.
Llama.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin,
Good morning.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
Ah, farts. You're right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in DEC. '79. Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And
that's
so
correct.
12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 123156, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in your March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wilk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report, and the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
correct.
In fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
Right. So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct. Not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to tether, to connect this part of the text to that diagram with the big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Will, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry, is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So, when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction.
I know. Come on, camera guy.
It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So, you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Sidebar.
It is too early for a cycle.
Okay. Oof, glad they got rid of that white noise there. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I'm naming the camera guy Skippy because it reminds me of the Big Brother camera guy. We never get to see the good stuff, right? That's so true. Yes, if you guys haven't yet, please hit the like button so people know that we're live. It helps with the algorithm, however that works. So one of our problems with this guy, I forget, I think JT mentioned it earlier, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, was that it seems that his process here isn't a part of official program. It's not something, his program, it doesn't mean that it's wrong, but it hasn't been vetted like with other people trying it or legally, and you know, in court and trials. I mean, there's a lot of junk science out there that convicts people, and that's a big problem here for me as well. It doesn't mean it's not correct, it's just
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
we don't
Thank
know,
you.
you know?
If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So, if we can enlarge that depiction. So, yesterday,
He heard
Mr.
you, Buffy.
Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer
Is no.
right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking you
Yes.
a question. That, according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location
Yes.
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a
So you
report.
don't know-
Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
All right,
Mr.
apologies.
Wilson, that's okay.
Mr. Whiffin Are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Oh, they're on the witness
Are you
list.
familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture.
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger? Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Okay.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection? Object.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
I don't know if I believe him on like not knowing what
If it was his data,
you everybody wants to know what other people think about their own data. Like, okay, buddy. Okay. But I did see that name on the witness list, or that company, and I was like, what did they do? Now we know that they're going to have something to do with data, but, and it's probably just to point out that the Commonwealth hired someone else to test their own witness findings, which isn't necessarily bad, right? Because as we've been complaining about this guy, it doesn't seem like anyone's testing it, but Leslie's kind of making it seem that they're going to have two different things to possibly say. I don't know. And oh, I missed the part earlier. So he said, or they said, I'm not sure which one of them brought it up, but the steps, right? He took 36 steps, and that's 80 something feet. So if we're supposed to believe the step data then being correct and accurate, there's no way that he could have gotten out of the car where he did. Where'd the 84 feet come from? Because they're saying, oh, where his body is basically, she's not that far from like hitting him. It seems that's what they're saying. And definitely not an 84-foot difference. 84 feet is pretty far. I don't know what it is in meters, but I think that's interesting. I mean, could you hit somebody with a car and then fly 84 feet? Probably, but
yeah, but you'd
That
have to be
doesn't-
going more than 24 miles an hour.
that, and it
Or
doesn't fit
whatever.
with, yeah, it doesn't fit with their narrative yet of where the impact happened. So that's interesting. That
They've
is
got
if you
Left
want to
it
believe the data.
on
but-
snow.
What's that?
And on snow, Angie said.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Definitely.
I didn't know 36 steps equated 80 something feet, but that's what they say. I think that's interesting. I am just throwing back this coffee this morning. Oh my goodness.
Trying to hide the cat that's licking herself on camera.
Oh. Lady in Gray has a request. Oh my goodness. Oh, Angie said John's dad is in there. I wasn't paying attention. Ooh, I like her hair. The redhead's hair over there. Oh, they also match. That's cute. I don't know if they're together, but
Oh,
they are matching, so that's cute.
her hair is pretty.
um, how do you guys think he's holding up so far? I think he's, doing all right.
He could do, I mean, I guess he's doing well. I just think his testimony is questionable.
Now, let's talk about the thing that wasn't in the slideshow.
The extra
Mm-hmm. Though I felt like
other
I saw
radius
that, but I
point.
guess not. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Or they didn't talk about it or something. I felt like I saw that, but I guess I didn't. Because they said we didn't. But I think it was Angie. Maybe it was either Angie or Lady in Gray put like Brennan's comment yesterday about it. Like, oh, did you guys talk about payment for the PowerPoint or what to put in the PowerPoint? Because Brennan was saying that to Dr. Wolf yesterday.
I like Saucy Alessi.
Oh yeah, I do think he's doing a really good job. This is his first we've seen cross, right? I think so.
Is that
Before
Dad
he just argued
in the corner?
motions. Yes, I think so. Sitting next to his mom,
Okay.
behind the IT guy. I'm assuming
With the strong jaw.
Yeah, I'm very strong. I'm assuming that's what do they call him? Poppy? Pops?
Oh yeah. But does everybody call him that or just Carrie?
No, it seems like everybody calls him that because I think
Okay.
Michael called him that too. I think that's just
Okay.
what
That makes it
everyone.
less weird.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone calls him. So,
And you can't hear her licking, right?
no,
Okay, good. Thank goodness.
she a loud liquor.
She is. Yeah.
Did you make another bed for them?
Okay. Listen. They don't share well.
Mm.
So this is actually a baby. This is the baby's pillow.
Oh.
But because I have it currently in the crib, because I don't know where else to put it right now, I find her laying in the crib all the time because she
Oh.
lays on that pillow. So I thought maybe if I put it over here, she'll lay on it, and then the other cat can have the other one. And
So
she
you're
moved.
gonna have to buy a new pillow for the baby.
I'm gonna
Because
have to
they're
buy
not
a new
giving it up.
pillow.
They're
No.
not gonna give it up.
Ugh.
And she'll probably be very upset about that.
Yes. She's gonna be upset when she realizes that entire bedroom isn't for her.
Right.
Yeah. That's that.
Okay.
Mayor, Your Honor.
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point, it became unblocked.
So at this point, it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this, it says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a McCabe, it's the McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you
Yes.
understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12/32/16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have the
Honor.
lights, please, Dave?
Like that.
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12/31/56 and 12/32/16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Good job, Alessi.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
Are you guys
But
friendly?
isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Guys, look
Would
at
it
that.
refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. Moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Welcome. Welcome.
Ugh, it's blocking.
Look at that. Fluffy has her own fan club in the chat. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That Fluffy. Your painted room looks great.
It's a work in progress.
Great.
Yes.
Setup is adorable, Buffy.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just want to make sure I've got the entire report. Mr. Whiffin?
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that? Object to the floor.
Sustain.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's not.
Let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline.
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
Deck 83.
This is cross.
We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
To switch? Thank you.
That didn't answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60.
I miss you, Amy.
And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Discuss those two tests.
It's hot in here.
You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffin?
Very, thank you.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffin, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario one. Test scenario one, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
believe John Keith's was an iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this
It's the
test?
same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model?
Yes,
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody
a
has.
regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start
Yes.
at
Yes. This is
the
not great.
1710 time frame where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm
Whiffin.
happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. If I have a moment, Your Honor.
Nobody wants to math on the stand. That makes you feel dumb.
I mean, but this one did have a
3.33,
human
would that
body
sound
weight.
fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf? And if you could just scroll up, well, if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario one in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped 50 degrees in a 15-minute period, is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
Correct.
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
Right.
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
Yes.
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 2 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So, in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide, in your report, including battery... One sec, sir. I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions?
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who were
As
the
part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney
Sorry,
Brennan?
yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan?
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations
He was on a first name
take
basis
place
with
and
him. So they're
change
besties.
based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your
Yes, I
answer
did.
moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial.
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct?
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir, a lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different
Please.
way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday, in your presentation to the jury, in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all
No
about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion
Correct.
at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Leslie's bringing the fire this morning. Boy.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
Tell us, Alessi. Cold AF.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank
I
you,
was
Mr. Whiffin.
wondering
I'll be
how
right
they
back.
picked that temperature. Like,
There's so many problems with this right now. What? Oh boy. Not great.
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just have
Of course.
one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only dropped 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 1237 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 1253 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 136, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, excuse me, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, we don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe. Duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, just 12:1847 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe. Duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing. But I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Mr. Sidebar.
No.
Oh, okay. I got that real fast. Oh my, you guys, are we going to have so much to talk about? Oh boy. Oh boy. Alessi is like tearing him up.
Oh, Lord.
Tearing him
Oh,
up.
Lord.
This is, ooh, it's so bad.
I'm kind of living for it, though. Let's see, yeah. So I'm living for it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad he brought the spice this morning. Oh my goodness. Destroyed this guy's credibility, in my opinion.
I mean,
Based
he brought up
even
some
on his
excellent
testing.
points. Yeah.
That's not, I remember high school, okay? Science may not have been my strong suit, but I know how you're supposed to kind of start experiments, and he didn't even do like the basic stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
See, I had a problem
Good
yesterday
morning, blessed assurance. Good morning.
when
So
he
I hear
didn't
you.
present the actual examination documents. Like, he presented a PowerPoint, and literally you can put anything on a PowerPoint. I can just throw something up there. You didn't bring the actual documentation from the readout. Like, you told us you got it, but you didn't bring anything. So to me, the PowerPoint is very helpful for the jury because it does break it down, makes it easier to understand. But you need to bring that after to explain, like, see it here, and then pull it all together with the PowerPoint presentation. Because, I mean, how do I know you didn't just make a PowerPoint presentation to say what you wanted to say? You brought nothing to
I mean,
prove that
that's
these
pretty
are
much what
actual
happened.
documents.
I know.
So,
And, you know, I do have
mean,
a problem with you don't know if it was in a case or not a case. Like, that's the
and
thing,
I
right?
didn't
Is you're-
even think about that until that guy brought it up and
Mhm.
messed up his own testimony. It was like,
Because
oh,
these
I'm
are
glad you
all
brought that.
important, right? These are all
Told
important
this seems like an
variables.
appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20
I
minute
bet
recess?
it's done.
Thank you, Judge.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, break this way, please. Keep your notebooks closed.
Yeah, you're right. It is the best time so we can talk about it because, oh, boy, you guys.
Good morning,
Oh,
blessed
man.
assurance.
Good morning. You missed the spicy cross. this
For
morning.
sure.
So far, defense is winning today. Oh, boy.
I'm shocked. I was hoping
Boy.
they were saying, okay, so I listened to a multitude. I needed some entrance music. That made me feel really good. No. Like, I was listening to other streamers and they were like, oh, that was definitely the prosecution's plan. They wanted to let the jury sit with everything last night. So, you know, that's why they cut off Alessi and stuff like that. And I was just thinking, like, no, I think that's a great idea because that gives the defense team time to go back and watch everything. They can find a stream, it's live, like everywhere there. Like, go back and rewatch and take notes. And, you know, I was hoping that they were able to go back and just kind of pick it apart. Plus, they had all those reports. Nobody got to see it because it wasn't in any paperwork or it wasn't presented to the jury. Like, why? I don't get
Um,
that.
I agree. Yeah, earlier this morning I was talking about some of the points that they did make yesterday, that if you find this guy credible, that it might not be good for the defense. I really like that he focused on the steps that were taken and the actual distance. Again, it's like 84 feet or something like that. I think focusing on that is really good, because it's really problematic, if they're supposed to believe, this data, which again, I don't, oh my gosh, it's not really how you do an experiment. Okay. It's just not. It's just not. There's too many variables missing out of his experiment. I mean, geez, he didn't even write down the base temperature before he started the experiment. He didn't even
Because
record
that's
it
not
till like 2
science.
minutes later.
The question
Not
I have
science.
though
Oh my God.
is he's trying to make a point about the cooling of the phone, right?
Mhm.
And that's what I got of it. Now, I'm not a science nerd. I'm really not. Science was never my thing unless it was medical stuff. But other than this whole stuff, yeah, I'm just like, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Except that, like, how does it change the temperature if there's a body laying on top of it, supposedly? Like,
Exactly.
we didn't even cover, like, how does that work? Like, because we
Right, 'cause
didn't touch that. We said case, but like, there's a whole huge
a whole body. Did I lose volume? Oh, I did. My headphones are being weird. Wait. Buffy, are you muted?
Buffy,
Yes, I muted myself.
Oh, there you are. Okay. I thought it
I
was my
talk with
headphones.
my
I'm like,
hands.
I
And
see
then
you
you-
going off, but I can't hear you.
No, I'm just saying, like, a body is 98.6 degrees. Like, it should keep the phone relatively warmer as opposed to the atmosphere anyway, right?
yes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Because
if it
even
got
being a
that
body
cold
being
that
dead,
fast,
exactly.
then it
Even a
wasn't
body being
underneath
dead,
him.
exactly.
I don't know,
A body being
confused.
dead and that weather. I mean, the body is, I forget how many degrees it drops after you die, but then also
Right.
being out in the cold, it would still be significant
It would still be enough
to
to keep
keeping
the
the
to keep the
temperature
phone.
higher than
Yeah.
you're just putting a bare ass phone in a freezer. So like,
Mhm.
okay, but that's not this scenario either. And I think you said something earlier, like, yeah, I don't know much about science, so I would just take this at face value. Well, good thing the defense didn't take this at face value, because I think a lot of people would have been persuaded by this guy's science. And again, maybe it all checks out, but the methodology of this,
Right.
no, thank you. It's already tainted for me. Sorry, sir. You've lost me here. Respectfully. I also did enjoy Alessi being like, oh, so you guys had a conversation.
That was some shade from yesterday.
So
But I
much
love
shade from yesterday.
Alessi's shade is so not as it's very subtle. Yeah, if you
Mhm.
notice it, like, he doesn't make a big deal out of it, but you catch it, and you're
It
just
was
like,
such shade.
oh,
Because he called him Hank on a first name basis.
Yeah.
it's like, oh,
So you're friends.
so this is a thing. I think this should be a running joke through the whole trial. Personally,
I would.
I think this should be called front and center every time.
I would.
I'd be
Every
like, oh.
single time. Are you friends? Are you friendly? Oh my
So you had a
gosh.
Ask
conversation.
about his family. Did you build him for that conversation? I'm just curious.
Just curious. How much are you getting paid, sir?
Mm.
I do think it's weird they're not asking them all how much they're being paid.
I
Maybe they were
know.
barred from it, because we hear that often in trials. I mean,
They
and I don't have a
did
problem
ask
with
last time, I think.
I don't have a problem with experts getting paid, right? That's their job, that's their work.
Look,
Like, they try to make it a bigger deal than it is. I don't give a shit.
nobody works for
But
free.
if they're gonna make a big hoopla about the ARCA, I would ask everyone, how much are you being paid to be here today?
Yeah. How much are you getting paid for your testimony? You gotta say it like in a way like, I'm not getting
Yeah.
paid for my testimony. I'm doing this free. I'm Charge.
Okay. Oh, yes, by the way,
So,
thank you.
Mr. Brennan, how much are you being paid to defend or to prosecute? I'm just curious.
Just curious is all.
Are they buying you
So-
lunch too?
So Bev addressed the jury this morning because Annie had sent a screenshot. Bev addressed the jury regarding the rock at the jury viewing, right? If you guys remember the other day, the jury went and saw the house and the car, and there was a rock with the
Rock
name
Albert.
Albert. Rock Albert, yes. Albert painted on it. And there's a interesting stain on the
Reddish,
rock.
brownish.
But the rock was not there before. The rock is not a part of evidence. But the rock was there when the jury was there. And then the rock was gone after they left. A lot of people have been like, what the F is going on? But Bev addressed the
Jury
jury regarding the
tampering.
rock, told them the lawyers wanted her to tell them to ignore the object that might look like a rock. It wasn't there that night.
It was a rock. It is a rock.
It's a rock.
Triangle rock.
It might look like a rock.
The object.
We have no evidence that it's a rock.
We don't have a geologist.
Did we test it?
on the witness list?
What appears to be a rock.
But it is very interesting. If you haven't seen it, go look for it online. Because I mean, here's the thing, right? Is it's definitely not in evidence. So there is a blood-like looking stain on there.
Yeah,
And
it's kind of a.
I think that if it was right, if he did hit his head on this, oh boy, would the prosecution want to talk about it all the freaking time.
It would have been in the opening statement.
For sure. Put that rock in a freezer.
Was it hard as a rock? We need to call a geologist to confirm that is in fact a rock.
A rock. That's very interesting. I think it's. Why do you think they told the judge to tell them to ignore it? Because if I was defense, I'd be like, what in the F? Also.
Because they don't want a mistrial. They don't want to start over. They would have to pick a new jury. I don't think the defense wants a mistrial any more than the prosecution does. I think they just want to keep going because they would have to start all over. Pick a new jury. And this would, so it's just easier to give a jury instruction. Just be like, hey, disregard what you saw. That was not part of it. That was not there that night. It's easier to tell them we don't know what that was. It shouldn't have been there. This wasn't part of it. And then hope that they take that instead of having to stop. I mean, because that was cost estate money. It would cost Karen money.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
that's true. They must have not thought it was worth it. And if anything, it was not, by the way, the rock was not where John's body was. It was more like towards the driveway.
But the implication still, if the jury is not clear on where this supposedly happened at this point in the trial, because we're really not, the implication is that this would be the hard thing that he hit his head on. That makes sense. And then
it does.
Yeah.
The corner of it would make sense for the cut on the back of his head, but we know that this can't be the case because, again, prosecution would use the shit out of this rock. Right? And this rock is the murder weapon, if you know what I mean. Like,
nobody's ever heard of this. Like,
I've
never. Yeah.
No, somebody put that there. Trying to mess with the jury.
Who put it there? Because the Alberts do not live in that home anymore. There's no reason there should be a rock with the name Albert.
Right.
You know what I want to find? Pictures of their house before. Because you know what this looks like? It looks like a kid painted it, right? Do you remember painting stuff for your parents' yard and stuff?
I used to paint rocks all the time and sell them.
That's what it looks like. And I want to know, are there old pictures of their house with this rock in it? And where was it located? Right? Like, what if, if you want to go with the defense that, something happened that wasn't Karen. I mean, what if they were fighting outside or something? The rock is buried under
the rock
snow.
Was inside the house.
The rock is named Albert. Don't read into it. You're right. I forgot.
It's Rock Albert.
But back to today's testimony so far, the defense slaughtered that guy for me. I don't know how the jury's feeling. I'm sure some of the people on there are just like, wait a second, this isn't how you're
I'm
supposed to
still
do these
waiting
things, but
for them to bring up. So this is your software, right? This was all done on like, and were you peer reviewed? Is this I wrote a blog. I didn't write a report. I wrote a blog. Other
you wrote a
people
blog.
read it. So clearly it's peer reviewed. You're my peers, right?
It's rough. It is rough for that guy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't even know the temperature. Oh gosh. I don't even know what the temperature was that night yet. I'm sure they're going to bring it up, but
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be in the single digits to negative wind chill. And it's a blizzard in the end of January. So January, it's probably already like in the teens to the single digit on a non-blizzard day. So
I see, and I don't know I live in the South. We get cold for like
we got a
5
blizzard
minutes.
one time.
We got a blizzard one time. So I don't even I wouldn't know what does it take. I mean, we got and that wasn't like a blizzard like they had, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, it's even colder up there.
Right.
Than
So
it was for you for sure.
I can see now why they were somebody who was it that was fighting to bring in a meteorologist?
I think the defense.
I think it was the defense that was fighting to bring a meteorologist.
And I believe there's somebody from the weather service. Well, wait,
somebody
I have a prosecution witness list. I think it's okay. Yeah, I just have the Commonwealth witness list. I don't have the defense. Somebody needs to send me the defense. But on the witness list for the prosecution, there is definitely his name will be Robert Gilman. He's the New England Weather Science. So prosecution might call a weather person.
To say that it was
and then
cold.
I wondered who Aperture was, but now we know Aperture. Why would you bring in other phone people though? I don't know. Very strange. Oh gosh, this morning, I'm so glad that he brought it this morning. Because at first when it started, I was like, yeah, okay.
Well, he is a slow build up too. And Alessi is, I love Alessi. I'm a Alessi fangirl, but he can take a little bit to Alessi,
it's a slow burn.
And I hope the jury is paying attention at least. He does take a while to get to a point.
But I think when he is trying to make a point, he lets you know that this is the point you need to pay attention to, which I do like, without being without pointing to people like this part. But he does a really great job with his voice and the way he questions of hey guys, this is my gotcha moment here. Okay, so pay attention. Look what I'm about to do.
Like a preacher gets a little bit louder in church when he's trying to wake you up.
Oh, thank you for sending me that, Lady in Gray. Thank you for DMing me both side, all the witnesses. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, go lady.
Yes, thank you. I don't think that they're going to be calling all these people again this time around.
Who? The defense?
No, didn't you say there was a crap ton of witnesses in the first one?
I think Brennan is bringing all the best evidence he has up front first. This is, I feel like, really what he's trying to do. If I had to, I've been trying to figure it out for a couple of days because it's all weird and it doesn't make sense. And that's the only reason why I feel like it doesn't make sense, because he's just putting all his best stuff out there first, and it's out of order. Or it feels out of order because that's all he's got. Is his best stuff to put out there first to try to get everybody on his side right out the gate. And I think that's that's his strategy. At least it's what it seems like. Because it doesn't make sense.
It makes zero sense. Zero sense to me. And what was the other crap?
Look
I
at
was trying
that.
to download this witness list. And I
Llama.
got distracted. Trying to go there. What's that?
Look down.
Oh, on my screen, like she's barely down there at the bottom. Hold on, let's get another guest. Here we go. It's Terry True Crime. Hey, babes.
I didn't want to add her on just in case.
I was like, I was just stalking
no, it's
because my coffee asked me to stop ranting at it this morning. My coffee cup said, "Stop, just let Buffy handle it."
Speaking of which,
I'm
gonna go refill mine.
I have so many questions about the temperature of this phone, guys.
So does the jury.
I do.
Yeah.
Because one of my kids did a science project one year, and it had to do with is a dog's mouth cleaner than a human's mouth? And so there was petri dishes, and he had to do it room temperature, refrigerator, outside in the heat. He was in 6th or 7th grade and knew that you needed to do all of the different temperatures to be able to accurately say, this is normal, this is how it goes. How did this guy not know that it's important to know if this phone is inside or outside for hours under a body?
Because I don't think he's an actual expert that does this kind of thing. He's a forensic phone investigator. Like, he knows how to like read the temperatures and stuff like that. But I don't think he's a scientist that does like actual, sciencey things.
I find this guy to be very questionable.
I think he can read stuff. I think he can read the forms and interpret them however he interprets them.
But a forensic guy, you would think that would be important, because just like a body, even if you're just a forensic pathologist or something, a body decomposes differently depending on the temperature. If it's cold, it goes at this rate. If it's hot, it goes at this rate. So maybe I just watched too much true crime, but I'm like going, duh. Why did they make us watch the blizzard thing for so many hours? How many clips? You should know whether that. And then the fact that he was like, I don't know what that has to do. The GPS of it has to do. I was like, dude, really?
I think it
Was it in the house or outside?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just it. That circle kind of put it in a portion of the house, the biggest circle. And,
And if it's in the house, I don't know about you guys, but that makes me think he wasn't laying out in the yard.
And that Waze app was struggling to get data at some point outside the house. So,
yeah, I just.
Well, and he brought up a point that previously it was testified to that I think it was, or maybe it was in a report, I don't know, but it was 72 feet from the flagpole to the door of the house. But we're missing, but the steps would be 84 feet, which is, it's quite a distance, and definitely puts you in the house to some. I mean, where else is he going to be going?
or
That's
at
pretty
least
far.
closer to the front door at some point.
Yeah.
So I knew it was going to be spice this morning. I knew Alessi was going to do it, and he gave me what I wanted.
Yeah, he did great. He did really great. What, did
He's
Jerry
the,
like it? I
he's
don't
the
know.
techiest lawyer out there. He's going to do all the tech stuff.
Is that why he's?
And Buffy, your arm movements.
Oh,
When I'm drinking my coffee, just so you know, I am laughing because I was into it. And I see your arms, and I take my coffee up, and it splashed. I was like, okay, don't reenact Buffy, Terry.
I talk with my hand. This is me walking around my house watching
do
the
the same.
show. What are you doing? And I'm like, 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 what are I look like my grandma. Like,
I'm the same. That's why I try to hold my hands when we're on screen to keep myself from doing it. Because that was
not gonna
comments
happen.
we
Then you
got
just see me fighting myself.
early on when we started. They were like, Terry, stop moving your hands.
Nope. This is it.
I can be
This
a hand
is me.
talker.
Sorry.
Well,
That's
all
true.
I know
No.
is, Buffy, I have a request of you. And I came
Oh.
on just to give you my request.
So you can't deny her face to face.
Because I'm
Oh, I
looking at you in
can.
the yeah.
I can't.
I think you need to try to secure an interview or a phone call with Alessi after this trial is over.
Oh my gosh,
We
that would
can
be
get
wild.
you his personal email address, his work email address. We can get his address so you can FedEx him a letter.
Showing my I love Alessi t-shirt. No.
Exactly. I think I need that.
I think
Oh,
so.
I'm sure it would have to be after the trial. So
Are you here for it after the trial? If we can make it
I'm here
happen.
for it. Terry will literally call and email anyone.
who?
She already did for this case. Terry will call and email anyone.
She will.
I will, but I'll set it up for you.
I'd be like, hi.
Then we can try to
Fangirling out.
get Mr. Kelly P's husband on, and maybe we could
Oh
have
my
her
gosh.
guest on if she wants to, so he could watch her fangirl.
Oh my goodness.
But no, I think you would have some great questions for Alessi because I like the way that you think
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
with him.
scary.
But no, I think you're understanding, and I just think it would be great.
I agree.
Wow. Look at
I
y'all
agree.
throwing me in the spot.
So did you? Okay, I just
Buffy
need to
would be like, I
confirm.
carried a watermelon.
If we can make it happen, will you do it? If we can get it set up?
She's serious, Buff.
I know she is, and that's why I'm hesitant to commit.
It's like, we
I'll
know
have
each
my
other.
people call your people.
I don't.
Okay, your people will call my people. Hey, Llama, you're her
That's
people.
Llama. I'm the people.
Could I get this set up, please?
I was gonna say that would be me. I'm the people.
Y'all are
I
Yes.
think
I carried a watermelon, and if someone doesn't know where that reference is from, I don't know what to tell you besides
I'm
bless
gonna
your heart.
just.
I don't know what it means either.
You
It's
what?
Dirty dancing.
Dirty dancing?
Oh, okay. I
Baby?
thought this was
I
based
had
on like
no
a
idea.
personal conversation that we all
We-
had
this was-
about a
oh,
watermelon. So I was
I
like,
carried a watermelon. How do you not?
Nobody
Yeah, but
puts
how
baby
often
in a
do I know the references anyway, Polly?
That's true.
Okay, you more than me. More than me. Okay, well, I will start on that because that gives me like 6 to 7 weeks. And I'm adding it to my official to-do
Oh
list.
my gosh.
List.
Terry.
that's fine.
It'll be great, Buffy. It'll be great. Reenact for him some of
Oh
his
no, let's
testimony.
not do that. Now, I don't want to scare him. We need to be professional.
Oh, yeah.
We're all
Have
about
we
that.
met Terry?
I know, but look how
Oh.
professional you are. You've got the look,
Huh.
you're
I
educated,
know.
and you will
Feels
throw the
great.
hands into it. And I'm here for the hands. We won't make you do it by yourself. We'll come along for the ride.
That's true. That's true. Chat, what did you guys think about
No
this
commitment.
morning? Did because some of us were on the fence, right? We'll wait to see how the cross does on this
I'm not
guy.
gonna lie. Last night I was worried.
I was worried.
Very worried. Because that timeline, that very last timeline he showed right before Leslie took the cross, and then he only got what, 10 minutes, and then he left.
Yeah.
That timeline was like,
But-
Mhm.
I heard you make the
This-
same comment I made. Why did we not see the exact report? Why was it on a PowerPoint? That was the only thing that left me questioning yesterday was that piece. Because you can, I mean, I hate to admit this, but I had a salesperson one time, I was believing their PowerPoints they gave me in their QBRs. When I actually looked at their reports, they did not match.
That's
And
what I'm saying. I can make a PowerPoint presentation and convince you of anything.
Yes.
But you didn't bring me the data sheets. Now, you can use your PowerPoints to
Absolutely.
boost the information to make points. That's what a PowerPoint is, right?
Right.
To make the points from that you want them to pay attention to in the data, but you didn't bring any data.
Right.
You didn't even do the testing right. Even the testing data is not really.
The defense had to bring your data.
Yeah.
Agreed.
The defense has to bring your data.
And Polly is right. Alessi brought his mop with him this morning. He did.
Cleaned up today. That was good. Now I see why all of you guys are big Alessi fans, because the only time we've seen him so far was like they were arguing a motion. I think for ARCA was the only time
we're attracted to his brain.
It's good.
Him
Good
and
stuff.
Crash Daddy. Well, no, I'm attracted to Crash Daddy for other reasons too. Alessi, his brain. That's why I want us to talk to him. I would love to take him to dinner.
I mean, he sounded very confident, and that's good. You know, a lot more, you know, because, and I know prosecution's supposed to work in a way where, like, you want the person on the stand to tell the story, blah, blah, blah. But he seemed very confident. Like, he knows this report frontwards and backwards and sideways and better than this guy.
Did you see his binder?
I know.
Oh my God, his binder yesterday.
The tabs?
I love
Yes,
it.
we did.
Color coded?
Yeah, Crash Daddy is smart as well. Total package for him as well. Oh boy,
I'm nowhere
Can't
near
wait.
as organized, but I do appreciate the organization skills.
Yeah, the prosecution. I don't know what Brennan's gonna do on redirect. Ooh,
Hot for me
Terry.
too, Buffy.
See
Calm
it?
I've got
down.
all the tabs plus post-its, and there's little notes on them.
Highlights.
That's hot, Terry.
I do try.
It's not
It's hot.
even noon.
I start with the intention and then I'm like, squirrel.
I only do it for legal things. So missing persons, crime cases. Other than that, it's just thrown on my desk somewhere, and you just have to dig to find it.
I love that.
That's if I ever am in court, they'll be impressed that by the pink binder.
Yeah.
She's like Elle Woods. She shows up in the pink suit with the pink
Oh,
buttons.
yes.
Is Elwood.
Yes. Yes.
Do you have a pink suit, Terry? Because I feel like you do. Do you have a pink power suit?
One.
Oh, just no. You have more than one.
One. What?
You don't
What?
have a pink power suit.
Oh.
Who even are you?
Oh, we're
I
getting back,
do
guys.
because I have to have one in the muted pastel. Oh, they're back.
Oh.
I have to have the pastel.
Honor, I
pink
have a
and the
replacement
bright.
Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to replace Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Bright.
Second round of mopping.
They've only drank the whole pot, so.
Yes, please.
Original's going to be IAC.
Thank you.
See,
May I present it to Mr. Whiffin? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffin. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's okay, babe. We got it.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again, please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again.
This guy looks a little defeated.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44,
They
end
redacted
time
the phone number.
12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an
So,
incoming...
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436 and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over, please.
Sidebar.
Already.
Sidebar. This guy does not want to be there anymore. Lady in Gray,
No.
I really wish you would get out of my brain. Every time I post a comment, hers is like right there. I'm like, we must share. Do we have that multiverse brain thing going on, maybe?
Yes. That's absolutely what's going on.
Okay. Well, Lady in Gray is not a bad person to share a brain with.
I see a reply to Angie, but I don't see Angie's question. Sorry, Angie.
What is her question?
Just 2 days ago. I was expecting, a little bit more time.
Yeah.
But...
Ah,
Okay.
Bells is here. Hi, Belle again. Bells, on a side note, we need to meet up, because we're not far from each other.
That would be so cute. Oh my goodness.
Well, let me know if you're down for it before I stalk you. Oh, she says not great. So no, she says that would not be a great idea. Oh, never mind. That's about what he would look like without his shirt on. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, at least, we. Come on, you guys.
Well, for those that
Fucking
live
fun.
near Ohio or want to do a drive, July 19th, we're going to be in Marion, Ohio. And we are going to have fun.
Oh, follow. That's what I was saying, Angie.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009.
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement.
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work. Yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted. That data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is, from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellebrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases that I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So And there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony.
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct,
Correct.
and so that the data is reliable.
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA, SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
The hash doesn't fit. You must acquit.
Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter and numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alphanumeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
I bet my phone temperature is 100 degrees right now.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? No. However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No,
The objection's overruled.
not from the hash value, no.
Not great. He is not as confident as Dr. Wolf is.
Let's go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute.
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says? The Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.
Okay.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Cellebrite tools, your company's tools?
Yes.
And some of those Cellebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes.
So it's Insights is a
It's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So this Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Cellebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "house long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later it's 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies
What is that?
can be used, a competitor of Cellebrite called Magnet Forensics.
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, A-X-I-O-M, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Cellebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Cellebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Cellebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly, you changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Cellebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore, and it doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Cellebrite removed it.
Yes.
All right,
You
could I-
mentioned-
Could I see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please?
Why would they remove it?
Why would they remove it?
Why? And not tell.
Come on, Buffy. Why?
Yeah, Buffy. Why?
What you know, girl?
Explain it all to us.
I'm listening.
That's interesting. Lady Grace says he and this case is why it was removed. Why? Is it because it's unreliable and faulty? Because if that's the case, then I would think any other cases that use anything remotely like this might not be great. We'll wait for them to come back there.
I mean, if you needed to remove it for something, if there was a legit reason, wouldn't you tell that and come out in front of it?
You'd
Like we
think.
found a security error with this, so we had to rewrite the code and we had to remove because of this.
Mhm.
I mean, it doesn't sound like they put anything in its place either. That they just took it away. Which, okay, but this guy looks so defeated on the stand.
I know.
He just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I celebrate
ahead,
his stock
Mr.
is
Leslie.
probably
Thank you, Your Honor.
plummeting.
So with regard to the first proceeding,
Nice tie.
there was one Cellebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp,
Correct.
and it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Cellebrite outright removed the timestamp from, so none of its programs had it, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Cellebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensic Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Cellebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Cellebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
coding.
didn't ask if it, I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But magnet forensic axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But
do
they
that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
So,
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Cellebrite program is now gone, correct?
No,
It's not gone?
it's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Cellebrite programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what
Oh, no.
happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Cellebrite program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Cellebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is, in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct. That's fair.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions, like you give, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion, oftentimes, with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffin. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 22740 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Cellebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't. No.
You did not.
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you as
I
you sit here,
can't, but
you
the phone
can't.
can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
That was like the last mile per hour in the car.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you. When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record,
Right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have
doubts about how it occurred. Is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, please. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it. So my idea is unsubstantiated.
So is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Well. Bring on Jen. Get this over with.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
You know, I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
May we approach us?
Okay.
You guys think he's going to be able to clean this up? Because
think he's
I really
gonna
don't.
try.
I don't see how he can successfully.
yeah, no, unless he did a number, a number on his testimony there. So, oh, a bunch of storms in Missouri, huh? Yeah, we're supposed to get some today. It is humid as shit. So I definitely think we'll be getting storms tonight. It feels like it. I don't know when they're supposed to be, but oh, poor people in Missouri, man. Oh, sorry, that was the wind just blowing in my window and it scared me. So what did you guys think about the end of Alessi's cross there? I think it went on a little too long. I think he needed to pull it back a little bit.
I think he had to fit in everything that the prosecution brought up. I think that was part of it because
For sure.
this witness introduced a lot. He was only on the stand for an hour and like 30 minutes last time.
Oh,
So, yeah, he didn't introduce battery data or driving data that I recall, but he was only there for like an hour.
Bells, I literally have on hamster leggings right now. And
I have on sweatpants.
I'm wearing jeans.
I mean,
Actually, so these sweatpants didn't used to fit. They're just really, really big. So I took the string and tied a bunch of really small knots because I don't know how to tie knots. So I just make a big giant mess and it always works out for me. So I tied a bunch of knots and then I couldn't get them where they needed to be yesterday. So I had to go cut the whole string out of the pants so that I could wear them. What are hamster leggings?
They're little hamster leggings. Aren't they cute?
Those are so cute.
They're super cute. They're my most comfiest pair. I love them so much.
Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Oh, I just realized I gave you guys a cross shot. Oh, so
Let's
sorry.
start with questions that counsel asked you about
That
the
was that.
battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as
Oh,
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
Don't be too harsh, Bells. Don't be too harsh. But maybe a little bit.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
All right.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023,
Yes.
so at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Judge, Your Honor, when you approach, please.
Okay.
Okay. I do like that they're interrupting him a lot. But that's the thing, right? Like, okay, yeah, you're just showing that temperature can go up and down, true. But also, you didn't do a very good test though to use it.
And you're using it.
And you're
Like,
using it.
If you're trying to just show it, like, come on, we know what the implication of showing it is.
Right.
Like, sir.
Mm.
But
It's
you're
not
using
great.
it to do just that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought it to court today, like, or yesterday. Like, if that wasn't the intended purpose, or you aren't trying
love
to get
that.
them.
I love that.
Okay.
Hey, honey, note.
It's because he knows I don't check my phone, even when I'm not streaming. But I love you too, babe. Be safe.
Too cute. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to ask, Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you are also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You are also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form sustained.
And at 12:22, on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze, at 12:24:25, Is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Standards to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report,
course,
just
please.
to recall.
I got a fan. Can you guys hear my fan? No? Okay. I'm like Marilyn Monroe over here. It's like blowing on my...
What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long, how many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time?
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. But does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since
There's
12/32/16?
no more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If somebody would have done the experiment, then maybe you could answer, but you didn't.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth,
No.
any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to
It
that
was
cell phone and its
24 degrees
exposure to
outside.
colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard that around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor.
But-
Strike.
So could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did you have, did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you
I
know?
have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature,
Correct.
doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
Oh, okay. Well, sorry about that.
That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature?
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
No, I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
at 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Oh, yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
Oh, I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me, no.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman,
No,
please.
he does not.
All right, that's
Thank you.
better, thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes,
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
121847, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 122944, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 122944, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere?
It does, at Fairview Road.
At the flagpole?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Now, there is not a call, well, let me ask you, the next call, what time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Cellebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Cellebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in code. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when this search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Cellebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellebrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellebrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellebrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellebrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct.
We'll catch you up, Kelly.
They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellebrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Cellebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes, that's the kind of thing that I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Your report, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh boy. Let's wrap it up, Brennan. You're not doing great.
Land the plane.
Land the plane, because you've lost us on the trip. Okay. So Kelly, I see you just woke up, so we'll just let you know that Alexi just wiped the floor with this witness this
Alessi.
morning.
Don't mess up his
Alessi.
name like Brennan did.
I'm sorry, Alessi, not Alexi. Kind of wiped out the floor with him earlier today. Oh gosh, what were some of the points that he made? So the biggest one is the phone temperature, the battery temperature, okay? His little experiments or tests, as we'll call them, they weren't done kind of appropriately, in my opinion. Also, he put a phone in the freezer and outside, but just a regular phone. They never covered it. They never saw what it would look like. And the data showed from that it would, oh my gosh, drop by how much in 15 minutes? Like 30 degrees or something like that in 15 minutes. And then they determined that the 26 steps, right? Is that what was recorded? 36 steps that John apparently made would equal to about 84 feet. And from the flagpole to the door is 72 feet. So, yeah, Alessi just made him look like he didn't really do a lot this morning at all. Or I'm sorry, for this case. Yes, he put it in your freezer, in the freezer, like putting a credit card in a freezer. Oh my gosh, wasn't that from was that the Zachariah Anderson trial? I think it was.
Don't act like you don't ever leave your phones in the freezer. Nobody. Where you at, Annie? Can't hear you.
But he didn't like bring up, like he didn't do this test. I mean, there's a lot of variables missing here, right? Did the phone have a case? What if something warm was put on top of it? You know, things like that. He didn't do. That's why I think the defense got a lot of objections sustained because he couldn't actually testify to any of that. He can't say that it was at the flagpole because now he left. What did he leave out of the report? Was it the distance that could also the radius that could be in the house? But
Yes, the one part where he could have also been in the house.
yeah,
Which,
yeah,
like Buffy said, that sounds like cherry picking information to me.
yeah. So, because earlier this morning we were waiting to see on
Like a
crops,
good
but
place to take a lunch and recess.
oh, we're taking a recess.
45 minutes. Okay. Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to read the report, but the rest of us are in recess.
Please rise to the jury. Please leave your notebooks on the chairs. Thank you.
She said 45 minutes for lunch.
Okay, I'll be back.
Oh yes, Annie has to run some errands.
Go do life things.
I gotta go pick up my groceries.
And your
It's
snacks.
a life thing.
I'll be back.
Oh, we're supposed to do groceries. Oops.
Let me take her down there. Yeah, so Buff, I know you were feeling, a little nervous last night about his initial direct. How are you feeling now that we've done cross and direct?
It depends on, it's just, you never know what a jury is thinking, right? So are they paying attention? What are they hearing? Are they taking notes of like the time? Are they paying attention to the small details? The devil is in the details, unfortunately. It's always. And it's really easy to wander when they're talking and not take notes. I find myself doing it,
Yeah, I saw you taking timestamps and putting them in the chat. Can you go over what those were again? It was like 12:28 or something like that. It was like 12:28 or 20. Oh gosh, I don't know where it went.
Let's go see. Yeah, it might be way too far up now.
No, here it is.
Yeah, I was
So
trying to take it
12:24.
because trying to remember the times is hard for me. When, what did they, it's always, when did they say he was here? Are they taking those notes? Are they writing that down? Like,
So 12:24, I think, is when they were saying Karen's
it's when
vehicle
the car
arrived
stopped
at the house. Okay, but then At 12:31, which is what, 7 minutes later, is when John apparently takes 36 steps, which equals 84 feet. And then at 12:32, moves 20 seconds and stop at the flagpole. I don't know what your note on that was, so I don't want to say what you meant.
What right there? 12
Yeah.
12 minutes or 12:32:16. The phone moves for 20 seconds and stops at the flagpole. Is what the Whiffin said when he was reading that timestamp. I just copied sorry, my alarm went off right next to the microphone. And I just typed exactly what he said. So 20 steps and it stopped at the flagpole. So,
but even that, 20 steps wouldn't like.
They say no. Does it say steps? I meant seconds. I wrote steps.
No. Oh, I was getting confused.
Okay.
It did say seconds. No, that was my.
I'll say no. It wasn't steps. We weren't counting seconds. It was 20 seconds and stops at the flagpole. Now, what it was doing, like moving for those 20 seconds, was at the 30-something steps for 20 seconds. I don't know. It's what he said.
It was something like that. Let's see. They did talk for a few minutes before he got out of the car.
Yes, because Karen said, she said that I don't recognize any of these cars. What we know from interviews and from like stuff like that, she said it didn't look inviting. It doesn't look like we're supposed to be here. I don't recognize these cars. Why don't you go in and make sure that we're like welcome here? And she, said that in her, any of the interviews that you watched.
So, in the documentary, she did say
there was a conversation had.
Okay. Sam says, I agree, Buffy. The way they have been discussing the same thing, just asked differently to get the witness to look unsure or not able to say with certainty, it becomes confusing to remember which is true.
Yes. And isn't that the, intention of both the prosecution and the defense? The prosecution is putting out their information. Defense is trying to throw, this is all not just particular to this case. This is what happens in every trial. Sure. If they can confuse the jury, then, they're like, and the prosecution is being run by a defense attorney. So in that case, he is also doing the same thing to the defense. So, it's just kind of and then eventually they'll just be like, all right, we'll throw that testimony away because I don't get it. I'm so confused. Next.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's where everybody might be at with this witness. Again, really for me, the fact that all he did was put a phone in a freezer. Why wouldn't you conduct a similar scenario here if that's what we're trying to figure out? I don't know.
Well, my thing for me was when Brennan pointed out, you're just doing it just to see, right? You're just doing it just to see what would happen. But if that's the case, why are you presenting it as,
as this must have been what happened?
Right. It's being presented that this is how it, this means something. Well, you're not saying that this is how it's happened. Well, that's kind of what you're implying.
But confusion is reasonable doubt for normal thinkers. That's what Lady in Gray has to say. And I agree.
Well, and you're right. It is. But I guess that's I know that's what the defense is trying to do. And I know that Brennan is trying to confuse them back from the defense's explanation for things, like, no. Well, then I'm just going to go what I first heard and just ignore the defense because now it doesn't make sense of what he said. Because I find myself, listening to it, I'm like, like I can go, right. I can go back and forth. I can go back and forth all day long. Seeing both sides.
Sam says yes, and it's working because even I'm confused and having a hard time not feeling like I've seen this argument before and zone out, and I love to watch trials. That's true. Angie says, don't forget, he didn't test his 9 flights of stairs theory till 2 days ago after he already completed his report saying it was true.
And I think that's why they had, I don't know, not a lawyer. I just play one on YouTube. No, I wonder if that's why they stopped that line of questioning, because there was nothing about it. Yeah.
Hi, 80s. Hope you're having
Although
a
I
great
would
day.
have liked to learn more about what he did. Because Turtle Boy, I think, did a similar experiment out traveling that path to see if his phone would change, and it did not. I mean, I'm not a Turtle Boy fan, but I do watch some of the stuff he does on, just because, he's entertaining. But
I want to know what these, what were they called? What witnesses did they work for? Aperture, I think they were called, the company that he mentioned. I'm curious for them to get on the stand because they used Aperture. Yeah. They used this guy's, data. But
so
I don't know. If I was a juror at this point with this witness, I'd be like, okay,
Sorry.
you know what? No, thank you.
Knocking
Next.
stuff over because I talk with my hands. I am trying to see. There was another witness that the prosecution had last trial that was also testified about the like the Google searches and stuff. I think her name was Jessica something.
Okay. Yes, we are at lunch, which will be over in 45 minutes. So they should be back around 1:45 Eastern time. I don't know. They didn't really say. They didn't really say, or at least we didn't hear. So
they said
that.
45 minutes.
Yeah. Turtle Boy had a great video that he did called Frame 2. It has a lot more information. It's very helpful and interesting. Well, thank you. Hi, Shanka. Hello. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, today was not great. By the way, defense has won the morning for me. I don't feel like Brennan was bringing it back afterwards. I feel like they got him on this morning's testimony. So that's my opinion. If I was on the jury, I would just be like, this doesn't sound great. This sounds weird, and I don't like it. So there's that.
Ian Whiffin was witness 62 last time. And before him was another digital forensics person named Jessica Hyde.
Okay.
So I wonder if they're calling her. I hope not. No more digital
Judson
forensics.
and Mike are from Aperture.
Jessica Hyde?
No. Oh, Jessica Hyde is from Hexordia.
Okay.
Some company. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming from what you just said, something to do with
digital
that stuff.
forensics. Yeah. She was very smart, but she was hard to understand. So
Ian is like the armpit corner. It was kind of like that. It was very reminiscent of Murdaugh with the armpits, the throwing a phone experiment. It wasn't great. This was, I feel, a little embarrassing for him. And it's bothersome, right? That the company then did away with this timestamp thing. And I have a problem with that. I do, because how many other cases have they used, that sort of thing for evidence? And, the company
I have a problem with a guy from Cellebrite that comes on and says, "Oh, Cellebrite's not that great." And so I just kind of made my own thing. I wonder how Cellebrite feels about their guy saying, "Well, it's not that great. I make my own stuff." And yeah, if you're, look, if you're going to get up there and say that Cellebrite makes mistakes, then I feel like every appellate attorney needs to get out there and start writing motions.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying too, because that's not great. Yeah, yeah, he's from Cellebrite. And one of the things that the defense didn't bring up either was, again, they haven't talked to anybody about how much they're being paid to be there as an expert witness, which we normally hear, but also I'm surprised they didn't get, but it's your stuff. Are you trying to promote your creation here?
Well, the last trial, a lot of people said that, because it was like it was an infomercial. It was like an infomercial for his software. And it was like, are you peddling your goods, sir, at a trial?
But see, and I have a problem with the fact that that was even allowed in the first place. I really do, because who's tested this thing before? Is this legally approved? Like, that's a hard thing to get in court. They don't just let everyone and anyone do anything. So I'm curious how this guy's program, his passion project, if you want to call it that, how we solidified that this is entirely accurate and good to go. It makes me I don't like that. I'm not saying he's wrong. It makes me uncomfortable. Thank you, Terry, for gifting 5 memberships.
Is Terry still working?
Probably.
Or is she making phone calls to Alessi?
Probably. She probably has him on speed dial for lunch. Hey there.
Want to do lunch? Did you get lunch? Are you friends? Hey, Bob. So Bob, can I call you Bob?
Have you guys seen anything about if Jen McCabe is around?
I know that was the
Twitterverse said anything.
I don't think we're done with this guy. I think we're going to come back from lunch and there's going to be a recross. I feel like this guy is going to be on the stand all day. I hope not, because I am so when my kid is doing schoolwork and I'm trying to help her through schoolwork, I get I'm like, all right, I'm done with math. Can we move on to the next subject? Because I'm kind of over it.
Yes.
I've heard enough. Swipe.
Yeah, no, that's a very swipe whichever left. Is that how
it's
the
like
kids
scrolling
do it these
TikTok?
days? I don't know.
All right, let's move up. Next video. I don't know. I'm tired of hearing this guy talk.
I mean, they've had lengthy. That guy on all morning. So 3 hours? And yesterday for the afternoon, or the morning. Because the afternoon was Arca. The whole morning it was him. So
versus his 1 hour and 30 minutes last time.
And you said that the defense didn't cross him.
Oh no, they did
in the last trial. Oh, they did. Okay, maybe I'm confusing that with somebody else, or somebody might have said that. Oh my gosh, yes, yesterday that.
I'm sure they did. No, I didn't rewatch all of it.
Did you at least watch the Brennan direct of
No, I meant last. I watched that. I meant I didn't watch all of his old testimony again.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
My favorite part is when he said, "What would you call me?" And I was like, "Oh, I got a few words for you." So it was like, oh, yeah. Just off the top of my head, I have a few.
Yeah, Kelly, I think you were with us yesterday when we were watching the Arca voir dire, right? So today, Alessi is crossing this guy, right? And this guy says, oh, I talked to the DA a couple days ago or something like that. And he's like, oh, he pulls out the notes from yesterday's voir dire and was like, oh, so you had a conversation with him? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, who? And he was like, Hank. And he's like, we don't know who Hank is. Who is it? It's different. But he was kind of snarky, making the same points with this witness that Brennan did for voir dire, which the jury was not privy to yesterday. But so we're just wondering if they're besties. Because if you're on a first name basis, according to Brennan, if you're on a first name basis, you
You're friends.
clearly have a besties relationship.
And you asked about his mom and him. So
It was very funny. Jenna's supposed to be on after Whiffin if we get to her.
of course, we're
did
gonna
keep
end the
calling.
day with Jen. And then I'm gonna have an appointment to go to at 9 a.m.
Ugh, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gross.
I mean, does my kid really need her braces fixed? I don't.
Maybe you can convince them, the orthodontist, to turn it on the TV. Be like, it's important.
shouldn't
That's
take
right. No
long.
small talk, or you are besties, according to
Right.
Brennan.
Don't ask about somebody's family. Good Lord.
Are you charging for it?
I
Oh my
am.
gosh.
If you're
Yeah.
keeping me on the phone, I am starting the clock. We can talk about whatever you want.
Right? It was so weird. It was such weird and bizarre questioning he did. That was embarrassing. If they go any more with wiffle,
Wiffle.
like a wiffle
Like the
ball.
wiffle ball.
The jury will be lost. Yeah, I think the jury's over this guy. Hopefully they change.
Well, if I'm over this guy, I feel like I'm pretty like ADD. If I'm over this guy, everybody's over this guy. Oh my God,
me too,
how much
babes.
longer?
Me too, because I'm over it. Just
Like, okay, if they haven't got it by now on this guy, he's not going to clear it up. Like, move on.
no. Sorry, it's train time.
Drink.
Oh, I should choo choo.
Drink.
Sorry. I have my windows open too, so it's extra loud because it is very humid today. It's very humid, and I don't like it. Let's see. You can
Unretire
from the military.
He
Do
wants
some
me to go
military
back
karate.
in. No. Nope. I am donezo.
Oh my goodness. And so, like, this guy pulled. So was he saying? Because he brought up the other guy, Nicholas Guarino, that other cop guy who read the Cellebrite
Guarino.
stuff. Yes, Guarino.
Guarino.
I mean, do you guys trust that guy to interpret this data when this guy's having a hard time doing it? I don't know. Yikes.
I don't trust that guy to read anything. I mean, unless I want something to go missing. I might trust him.
Oh man, so many problems. So many problems for then. So, oh my goodness.
I know. It's a lot to take in, and my brain feels like mush. It's Terry, you're totally qualified. You read a report. You only have to take a 3-week course.
Yeah, it's fine. Are you serious? Is it really only a 3-week course? Like,
Most
that's
everything. It's always a 3-week course. I mean,
Yikes.
that's what the trooper Paul took a 3-week. It was a 3-week course to do crime scene,
I heard
or not crime scene, accident scene, thingy.
reconstruction.
Words. That's the word. See, brain mush. I told you. Brain mush.
I heard, and maybe it was even you that was talking about this before the trial started. I think that was the one that you guys were like, it was so hard to watch his testimony because of just like secondhand embarrassment for this guy.
Trooper Paul.
Is that the one?
Like, oh my God. I felt bad for him. So I know he went home and cried in the shower.
Oh no. Oh no.
I know he did because it was so bad.
Yikes.
It was so sad. Like, if like you don't watch anybody else's testimony from the old trial, go watch his. I don't know if he's going to testify this time because it was that bad. Because I think that's why they went out and got their own car accident reconstruction person. Because he was.
Could they do it without calling him?
What, Trooper Paul? Yeah, they
Yeah.
hired a third outside. See,
Okay.
in the first trial, they used all cops to testify all these things. The cops did like everything except for like the phone extraction, like brought in Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, stuff like that. But like it was Trooper Paul who did the accident reconstruction. It was like Gorino that read the text. Like I would stay as far away as possible from like using a cop to do the accident reconstruction if I'm being accused of, you know, like it's a conspiracy by the cops to frame, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you, Lally, why? Even I was like, why would you put all cops on the stand? But I think this time they have a different one. So I don't know that he will actually testify this time. But if you get a chance to rewatch it, I highly recommend that for strictly entertainment value.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
And a little bit of cringe.
Never mind.
I mean, it's a lot of cringe. I felt so bad for him.
Goodness. Let's see what they say.
Oh, Kelly, they're not going to bring up the solo cups until the absolute, like, Brennan is staying as far away from the stuff that makes the Commonwealth look bad as possible. He is trying to set all of his good stuff first, so it gets you on that side of the line, gets the needle over there. If my cat knocks my stuff over, he's trying to get the needle on that side first. So if he, you know, he's going to put all his good stuff first, and I think that's what he's doing, because he's trying not to, like, if I put all of those investigators on the stand first, the defense is going to shred them, and you have lost the jury.
Yeah.
Right? If you put your better evidence first and the defense is nitpicking, then the jury is going, the defense is doing defense things. And you're kind of just, nah.
That's true.
But if they put them first and the defense is like coming in hot with the, you suck, you didn't do this, then the jury is going, oh my God. And you've lost them. So,
the defense has Trooper Paul on their witness list.
I mean, I know he's there
goodness.
because they always keep him there just in case. But I don't know if I'd call him. I'd stick with my other guy.
Just throw everything in with Proctor and hope his texts overshadow all the horrible things. Eesh. Oh,
I guarantee you the jury is waiting for Proctor. And they're really wanting McCabe now because they've heard her name since day one. And they're like, we need to hear from her. They are going to be sitting like this the whole time.
I'm sitting like this the whole time, waiting for her to get on, because
Proctor, McCabe, the main players are going to be interesting. They're not going to put them till the end, like maybe in the middle, and then bring in the investigator. I just can't believe Brennan would leave investigators to last, because why would you want that to be the last thing they hear before you go to the defense's side? Like, I don't get that. But
I don't like anything the prosecution, the order they're calling in. I don't like it at all. Because again, they know there's this bar video that we haven't seen. Why are we doing the data from drop off and everything when you spent a whole day reading me these text messages that you said was an argument? It suggested enough that this is why things were so tense at night, even though, don't get me wrong, they were in a bit of argument, but to me it seemed like they really kind of blew it out of proportion. She wasn't Karen may have been a little needy, texting and calling too much, but she didn't lose her shit.
I'm a little needy.
Like we would. Yeah.
Some days I need a little extra validation. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, she was a lot chiller than I would have been, to be quite honest. And then they're like, oh, by the way, we're gonna call in these bar people to like verify the video, and then we don't freaking see them. So I don't really understand.
I don't again, I think he's just trying to bring his best evidence first, and he's got the testing that says that she was drunk already check. He's got, you know, now he's bringing in the you know, the cell phone data. Look, she was
Yeah,
there.
but
He stopped moving. You know, what he thinks is the best data. It's going to be the defense. The defense is really just going to have to put it on, man.
I mean, again, the whole 36 steps or whatever it was, which is 84 feet, that's a big deal. That's like their whole yard.
Well, yeah, but they have to explain that.
Mhm.
Like the defense is really going to have to explain that because me, like feet, inches, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Like I need perspective. I need someone to show me, like, you know, like,
Well, I think, the jury already did go to the house
yeah,
and
yeah. And that
see it,
helps.
right? And then somebody said, oh, it from the flagpole to the door is 72 feet or whatever. So maybe they could put that together. I think Alessi said something about like that would have probably put him in the house, correct?
Yeah,
Or
well, to
something like
me,
that.
that circle on that map, the house,
Mhm.
like, yeah. And
Because I didn't know 36 steps was 80 something feet. I
I mean,
would never have guessed that.
probably double that for me because I'm super short.
There's no way he was thrown 30 feet in the air, maybe hit. But that's the thing. Sorry, this is maybe a bad joke, right? But remember the stair data or whatever, the incline data? Do you think that's enough of the 3 meter incline for it to read going upstairs or something? But
I mean,
it wouldn't count as steps, and I agree that that's a problem for me.
would the phone have even registered that? I
That-
mean, maybe
yeah,
an Apple Watch, but would the phone have registered that?
I mean, it surely
Apple
wouldn't come up as
Watches,
steps.
Apple Watches have like fall detection.
Oh, I don't think he had an Apple Watch, did he? I
Yeah.
don't think so.
No, he
Did he?
didn't. Like, I don't know.
Oh,
No,
he
no, no,
did.
no, no. I meant like, yeah, I don't know if he had. I meant I was agreeing with you. I don't know.
Right.
So that would have been interesting.
Yeah, I do hear that they have that on there because it's a great gift to give older people
Yeah.
that have issues with falling.
Damn it, John.
So-
You could have made this so much easier if you just wore Apple.
Buffy, you're not short, you're vertically challenged. Yes.
I like to say that I'm fun sized.
You made a point yesterday, it only reads data if going forward, but not backwards. What do you mean by
So
that?
he was walking backwards. Got it. I'm just
So
kidding.
it doesn't, like, right, if you're walking backwards, it doesn't record though? That's interesting.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever
Someone
done that.
says-
It goes by arm swing. No, that's,
Oh.
I mean, if you have it in your hand, but if it's in your pocket,
I don't know. It's not working for me. And I mean, yeah, the prosecution did bring up, well, what if there was a body on top of it? Which is an excellent point. That was my point earlier
yeah.
before all this. The problem is you don't have anybody that tried that experiment. I mean,
Hey,
is it common
get in
sense?
this freezer and lay on lay on this phone. I need
mean,
to see something.
there should be something that could they could do for that, but
How do you?
I mean, I
test
think it's pretty the assumption, right? But that's not enough for court, in my opinion. So
We'll just throw it around the phone. We'll just throw it around the office. See what happens. See if it opens.
it's fine. Just toss it.
So
Just toss it and see. That's how science
it's the
works, right,
Myrtle
guys?
of it all.
Oh gosh, he said it would register jumping forward as data, not backwards. Oh, I do remember the jumping. It's like, well, if you jump. No, I was thinking in my head, like, was he the Easter Bunny? What was happening? Oh my goodness. Oh boy. I will say the prosecution is not, they haven't really done a good job this trial so far. I'll tell you what I like about the
Really?
defense. That
Really,
don't think
because
so.
I think that Brendan's actually doing a much better job than Lally.
Okay. Well, that's fair. I mean, you watch the whole. I
think
certainly
he's
do
a
appreciate
lot
less
more-
witnesses if that's.
Yeah, it's. I mean, his order of witness is weird, but I think he's doing a better job of making questions. But he does He does tend to lead sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this about the defense team. You know, we all watch a lot of trials together. I do think that this is the most thorough questioning defense team I think I've ever seen. And that's part of the prosecution's problem, is that the defense is who they are, you know.
All right, don't come for me, y'all. I'm trying to give the prosecution this. Lord, Jack is bloodthirsty. You give the prosecution a little bit of a pat on the back and they come for you. Well, the bar is very low. Yes, I realize the bar is set in hell for Brennan, but I am just saying, I think he's doing a much better job.
I mean, he did have that one. He did.
Ruthless.
Lally was on for that one witness. I don't remember who.
And he did a great job. I don't think I heard what, if any, the whole time.
I don't remember who he crossed now that I think about it.
The blood guy that they took.
The blood guy, the blood lab guy. That's right. But even that, the defense came through and was like, yeah, but could it be affected by, you know, these known diseases that Karen has? I don't think that helped them very much.
Right, but how many, I mean, they did interviews with the jurors from the last trial, and a lot of them said that a lot of these things were just distractors. They felt a lot of these things were just distractions from the defense.
Oh, from the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So the people, you know, that was a lot of what was said about some of this stuff. It was just a distraction. Even Higgins throwing phones away or stuff like that. It was all distractions. Just a distraction.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm just saying that we're looking at it one way, but not everybody is looking at it the same way.
That's true. I mean, a lot of people don't watch trials for a hobby, except for
that's
all
what
of
I'm
us
saying.
kids that are here right now.
We are, and we watch a lot of it, so we kind of have a different perspective on things. I'm trying to think, okay, somebody who just thinks that all defense attorneys are the same, they're all liars, and they're going to say whatever to get their client off, and just look over here, let them distracting you. Look, it could be something else. That's for what they think is it's such a distraction. So
that's crazy. That's crazy to me.
And
you served on a jury, and that was before you got into true crime and trials. So you kind of actually do know, like, being in that position and just being a lay person.
Didn't know nothing.
Didn't know nothing about nothing.
Nothing about nothing. This is like way like a while ago. I think it's my daughter was like 2.
Yeah.
When that, so it was a while ago. But yeah, no clue. Was not prepared to see photos of the crime scene. Was not prepared. I was like, oh, they're showing us this? Like, we don't, okay. Yeah, was not prepared. Like, total noob. And I'm so traumatized.
We probably all get kicked off a jury. Just being like, oh yeah, we watch trials. It's fine.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh. Though maybe not, because I heard in this last one, the foreman was a retired police officer. What?
I mean,
what? Okay.
Yeah.
That's an odd choice for them, but
the deliberations, everybody got along up until the time we started deliberating.
Oh, for your case, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, we were all friends, all like cool, joking, chilling, laughing. And then it came time to talk about the serious stuff. And then it was like, oh.
Explosion of opinions. Yikes.
Oh, yeah.
I think the distraction comment was made by one and adopted by others. I mean, I could see that. The jury room is so true. I couldn't imagine on some of these. EBT said her chat is worried Whiffin is going to show his tool. That's
we already
great.
have one tool in the. Be nice.
Be nice. Be nice. Oh my goodness. I don't know. But Alyssa did great. I do understand after today. I will say, I get all your guys' fuss about him. Big fan of the way he does things and talks. Whether or not you agree with what he said or his questions. I think his delivery of all of that was really well done. It was just aggressive enough without being too aggressive.
He's so easy to, I mean, sometimes it gets a little technical, and sometimes it takes him a little while to get there because he was
Towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he's a lot easier to connect the dots on. For me, I don't know what that says about me, but I don't know. I think, but he can be a little. He's a little dry. I mean, he's not theatrical like Alan Jack. Are we best friends? I said Alan.
Oh my God, you guys must be best friends.
Yeah.
Is he on your speed dial?
I wish.
You guys share a Netflix password?
I mean, I'm gonna get Alessi's number and text him like, "Hey, buddy."
Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. And you know, too, to have to go over that same kind of boring data thing a second time, he did keep it so you were still way more interested than when Brennan was like presenting it. So, which
Oh my
is
God.
very hard to do in the morning. 'Cause I
The
was like, oh,
recross. So you had the cross examination for like however many hours, and then Brennan gets up there and tries to redirect. I am going like this. Didn't we?
Exactly.
I'm like, oh my God, we already went through this 100 times. Like, we did it the first time with you, and then like I know they do that because they want to bring their crap back to the front. Forget everything you just heard. Listen to this again. But at the same time, I'm like, geez, I'm Pete. Like I'm done. Like I'm done. Done. Don't make him repeat it all again.
And he didn't seem like he was as confident making those points as Alessi was. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Not a fan.
I just after yesterday, like Brennan was like a kind of a super jerk before. He was always kind of but man, like why are you coming for those ARCA dudes? Your issues aren't with ARCA, it's with the defense.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're mad because you're saying the defense had more information than they let on. And why are you coming from ARCA? Like they just did their job. Like go for the
right. Like we don't even go here.
Like, sir, we didn't ask to be here. We were hired by the boss. Like the federal government. Like
right. And when he was bringing out questions, them like, well, you could have done it in a month. It's been out since February. It's like, yeah, but they're, again, sir, you know, we're talking about approval from the federal government. It's not like that stuff probably happens very quickly.
Sir,
it's not something
you've had ARCA's report since last year. You could have had that report done way sooner and given to the defense, and they could have done it. They didn't get it till February. Why? You knew this trial's been coming since last year.
Oh, yeah, totally. Did Bev make a ruling yet on ARCA? Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
Bev,
I know she asked them if they would have a report due by the 7th. Would
She's
she
not
wait
going to
until the
kick
7th?
out ARCA. Well, they're not going to come till the end of the trial. She's going to be on the defense. They're going to be defense witnesses, and they were the last witnesses before the jury went to deliberate.
I also liked how Brennan was like, oh, you're going to do this in the middle of a trial? Like, yeah, but don't you guys still have all the same shit from the last trial? And weren't you turning over like new evidence after the first trial? And
you were turning over in the middle of the trial. Me censoring myself. Don't get me started on Brendan. Brendan is really good at going the audacity while simultaneously doing the exact same thing.
Yeah,
like
the projection, it's crazy.
The hypocritical is.
I loved it. I thought it was great.
Sir, really?
I thought it was great. I feel like if we do get Jen, I do feel like Jen is going to be so confrontational with the defense. Like, maybe more so than she was in the first one. More confrontational, aggressive.
I
I'm sure
mean,
nothing's gotten better for her.
the popcorn eating trial junkie in me kind of hopes it, but like if she's smart, she'll just like try to keep her cool. Like she won't like if she's smart, she won't. But I mean, I'm here for like the drama too. So
I mean, we all do, right? We all do. We're all here for it. That's why we're here.
yeah, I'm here for it. I mean, it's not great, but like it makes trial watching a lot more fun when they are. So I mean, I kind of hope she is.
Oh, by the way, if you guys haven't yet, please like this video so other people know that we're alive and hanging out, and they'll come hang out with us, because apparently that's how YouTube works. You commenting in the chat and liking the video makes us go into the algorithm world.
Yeah, all those little chatties in the side chat, that's really helpful. Also, yeah, leave comments.
Leave comments. Oh, you know what? You remember on Friday's show, I think it was, we watched those reenactments that the lady did on YouTube. We watched them on here. They were very informative and very interesting. And she came back and commented under that video of the program that she uses. Apparently it's an open source one, but I appreciate everybody going over there and supporting and liking.
I
let me look up her name.
saw
I
that.
don't want to mispronounce it.
Asget
Sound like
Industries.
an idiot. Oh, thank you.
Asget Industries. Yeah.
Right. I knew it wasn't Aztec, and that's what I kept thinking. I'm like, it's not Aztec, but it's something.
Asget and like I fangirled when I saw that. I was like, I mean, because she did have her stuff on the Netflix document, like in Murdoch with the Murdoch documentary that they did. They put her simulation in there, which I thought was really cool. So,
and you said that they didn't use that in the first trial, not her specifically, but any sort of like, see, why? Why not?
They could have done a demonstration with an actual Lexus. They could have done any of that. No.
That makes me again.
I mean, I don't know if that's something that they can even do in court, but I mean, I assume they can. They're bringing in like models and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing it. I've heard they were doing it in Brian Koberger.
Yeah.
That they did an entire.
But they're not going to do a simulation of the murder, so I don't know if they can do the simulation of that kind of stuff. But didn't that guy like do like the whole reenactment in the middle of the courtroom holding a real gun in front of the jury for Murdoch? I mean,
what a shit show.
I mean,
he's like pointing it at.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, man. Like, we do like entire reenactments with live weapons in the middle of the courtroom. So,
oh, Angie wants one like Paltrow. They did do one in Paltrow. You remember?
Oh, they did. They did.
Remember that? And then they like fell on top of each other. It was funny.
I mean, that would have been
off of YouTube when he tried to do it in a Lexus like hers. I don't know.
I don't know. They're not going to take Turtle Boy's video on. They're not going to allow that.
No. Then they acted it out. No.
Plus, he wasn't using the same vehicle that he was using a Lexus, but not the same make and model Lexus.
Oh, okay.
There's still variables. No, I'm not going to. I'm Jen for you. Nobody can do Jen like Jen.
Give her time. I'm pretty sure when she's on the stand when we go on break, Buffy will nail it, as always.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh, my goodness. They just want more reenactments.
Get the eyes. Looks, they just come. They cannot be orchestrated. That is like one of those that just happens.
It's the brilliance. He couldn't do it. The fastest he could go was 21 miles per hour, and he said that was scary. and 2 times he ended up almost in the yard. And
I
that's
did
without
watch them,
a
and he
slick
did
road,
almost into the yard.
right?
And that was during sun. He did it in daylight and in sun. So if it was scary. I watched that a few times. And Microdots does good stuff too, though.
Oh, yes. I heard that. Oh, I should take off this banner. I didn't realize it was still going. Oh,
We are Ian Whiffin, the Cellebrite guy.
we are. Well, it probably is qualified.
I mean,
I
I've
too
read a
can
few
put
reports.
things in the freezer and not record the initial
Terrible at
starting.
taking things out of the freezer. That's the problem.
Yeah, and the road was dry with no snow. Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem. Again, I mean, so far the things that I think that aren't making Karen look good, obviously the blood alcohol. I mean, I don't think they've really explained it further after that, because that was just drawing the blood, right? That wasn't, I don't even think they said what the percentage was. That guy, I don't think he said. Maybe I'm wrong. But look at that. It was unmemorable that I don't even.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't.
Whatever. I do think her statements from her interview,
That's
where she talked
damning.
about her drink math, not great. Not great at all for her. I still think that is the biggest thing against her at the moment, because you can't really, how do you come back from that? And how do you say, oh yeah, it was only 3 drinks and not 7 because I put all my drinks in one glass.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have driven in the highway, and
But
I only
see,
took the back roads. Like, ugh.
if I'm on the line for second-degree murder, I'm okay with getting a DUI.
Well, yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, yes, for sure. If that's all she comes away with, she is lucky as shit. But I'm pretty sure she's going to be found guilty on drinking and driving, because it was not good. And you don't give interviews at all when you are in court proceedings. Like, that's crazy.
What was it? The second degree, or not the second degree? It's the second charges, the vehicular manslaughter and stuff like that. I'm not up on the charges. I will say I have trouble remembering those. Those are the things that I mean, because the jury could say, yeah, we think she hit him, but we don't think it was an accident, you know.
Oh, so that is for this trial too? Okay.
I think everything's the same.
Ooh, that's going to be a little nervous.
They didn't change anything from what I understand.
Okay, so it is the same
include
charges for both. Okay.
It's going to be.
I know you share somebody shared the jury.
I did. I shared the verdict jury slip, the verdict form, and I just.
I can tell you right now, they have not convinced me of second-degree murder at all. That's for damn sure.
No, I think that's what the text messages were supposed to set up, and the voicemails after she leaves the house is supposed to lead you to believe.
And also, so let's talk about her phone calls at the house, or that we just saw from the Cellebrite guy, right? One, he had 74 incoming calls, most of them probably from Karen. But so Karen allegedly hits him because she's fucking pissed at him or whatever, and drives off. It's freaking blizzard, and she's just on her phone constantly, just calling him. It seems very weird to me that she would do that. Because why? Why would you?
Well, the prosecution's going to try to say that's consciousness of guilt, like that, she knew that she might have hit something. I'm calling him to make sure he's okay. You know what I'm saying? It could be that way. I'm trying to see both sides. Not arguing that's what it was. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, the argument could be, I took off. Oh my God, did I hit him? Let me call. He's not answering. Oh my God, he's not answering. Oh my God, he's not answering. And then go home and talk yourself out of it and wake up and go, oh my God, he didn't answer. Oh my God, something's wrong with him. He's dead,
Is she supposed to be driving during this in a blizzard?
Is she? We haven't heard
She's
the
supposed to be.
timeline.
No, we haven't.
Because I'm pretty sure at some point, she connected to John's Wi-Fi at his home at like 12:38, 12:36. So that kind of puts a damper on the timeline.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, they
Mhm.
definitely have not brought that up yet. In this
No, there's a lot. And that's why I'm saying that people don't,
Mhm.
is the jury paying attention to timelines? Because the
Yes,
timeline
for sure.
is extremely important.
It is.
know it-
By the way, the weather, Angie sent this earlier today, but we hadn't gotten to it yet. I just remembered. So she pulled up the temperatures for January 29th. At 12:56 a.m., it is 29 degrees with a wind of 12 miles an hour. Okay, so
It's not as cold as I thought it was.
It is not as cold, but the wind is up where in the 20s range, which could bring the wind chill to make it a little bit colder. And by what, 6:21 a.m. it says on here, it's 24 degrees Fahrenheit. Light snow and ice fog. I don't know what ice fog is.
I don't
That's
know
pretty.
either.
I don't know if I've ever
I know what
experienced
fog
ice
is.
fog. Right, but this
It's
must
an
be like
ice fog.
ice, so it just like freezes.
Is it like
Ooh.
dry ice?
I don't know, but I do hope they bring the meteorologist in because I need to know what ice fog means.
I think
That's
they'll even testify to or bring up ice fog. You know what they'll say? What's ice fog?
Well, apparently, no, there was ice fog the whole night.
Well, that's what it says
So-
on the weather, but will they testify to that? Will they even call it ice fog?
Well, okay. So let's talk about that, right? So if there's this ice fog out there, which I'm just assuming is very similar to fog, right? It makes it difficult to see distances in fog, right? How thick is this fog? Because let's say hypothetically, she accidentally did bad. She didn't even know she hit him, right? But how dense is the fog that she wouldn't even seen him in the first place? You know, because it does depend those type of things. Oh, here comes Angie with the facts. Ice fog is a type of fog composed of tiny suspended ice crystals, typically forming in very cold temperatures, usually below negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well,
Okay.
that's not
That's significantly lower than the
the
temperature
same
that day.
as 29 degrees or 20.
It's distinct from regular fog, which is made of water drops. So maybe it would even be thicker. I don't know. That's interesting. I need to know more about this ice fog.
We
but
need to do an
that would-
experiment.
We need to do an experiment. Oh,
With
you know what? I think
phones
I
and
just put it in the ice tray. It's the same thing, I'm sure.
It's the same. Just get some dry ice. It's the thing.
Some dry ice.
This thing.
All this taco and tostito talk.
Yeah, y'all stop it.
I do have a gyro in my bedroom that I'm going to go eat as soon as they come back from court, which is it's like a Greek taco. So
I don't know. I think I'm just making.
ice fog is common in high latitude regions and can be caused by sources of water vapor like human activities or open water, especially cold air, which makes sense because they are very close to that Atlantic Ocean. So I've never heard of it. And I need to know more about this. Even if it has nothing to do with the case, I just need to know more. Because that's crazy. Because all I can think about, did you ever see the movie Day After Tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, like when they're in New York and the cold front comes in and everything just freezes as the cold. That's what I am imagining ice fog to. That's what my brain is trying to compare it to right now. It's like, oh, maybe that's what they mean by that.
See, I was thinking the Stephen King's The Mist, where all the bugs are in the.
Yes. One of my favorite short stories.
Yeah, that was so sad.
Because
At the
that
end.
story was like in a collection of short stories of his.
I
that
know,
had.
but I was like at the end of it, I was like, wah wah. Like that was not good.
But what did you
Nothing.
think? Stephen King, bro, you thought it was just like everyone's
Look.
going to have a happy ending?
No, but I was just like, man, that really sucks.
Did you know, speaking of, so a lot of people don't know that Stephen King actually wrote Shawshank Redemption, right? Because it's not very Stephen King-like. So this guy, I think it was the director or writer, paid him $5 for the rights to Shawshank. $5. And then they went and made Shawshank.
An amazing movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Also filmed
that's
up here in Ohio. By the way, if you come to the July 19th True Crime and Wine Time Live with JT and Terry, July 19th up here in Marion, Ohio, we can go to the Mansfield prison where they filmed Shawshank Redemption. It's literally like right there. So
I'm
we
buying
also
my
do an extra
ticket
field trip.
now. I'm just
They do
kidding.
ghost tours there too, Buffy. You guys talk about you're wanting to go on ghost tours that I keep telling you I'm not going on.
That's what me and Polly are gonna. That's what we're gonna do. Me and Polly's gonna set up a date, a girls' weekend,
And go ghost hunting.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love that. Was this during his cocaine haze period of King's life? Probably. I think that was most of it. Ghost tours. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Terry's gonna go on a ghost tour with you guys. Me and Amos are out. No, thank you.
We're gonna go stay at the Myrtles Plantation and do the ghost tour there, and then do ghost tours in the city because you can do the ghost tours in the French Quarter and the cemetery.
Oh.
Let's do this. Let's do this, Polly.
Shanka, you guys need to go live stream abandoned asylums and stuff. That would be freaking hilarious. Polly would be like, oh my gosh, you guys have no idea how much of a freaking scaredy pants I am.
Polly paranormal pants.
I saw last night on Reddit, there was this compilation video of these large fake spiders that they would drop on people to scare them. And I was like, oh my gosh, my reaction would be even more intense because I am a baby.
Oh, no. I don't do spiders. My husband loves spiders, but I don't like them. Polly paranormal pants.
Polly paranormal pants. I love that. Well, they even said something in opening how there would be like paranormal investigation. Do you remember that? I'm over here like waiting.
Supernatural, I think is what they said. Wasn't it supernatural?
No, I believe it was paranormal. I believe it was paranormal because I was like, okay. Weird thing to
listen to openings again.
But did you know that there have been lawsuits about ghosts? Mm-hmm. Yes.
I know they sued
where they've
the
had
devil.
to cite ghosts. People have sued the devil. Yes. But one guy tried to sue the devil, right, for I think it was for making him have bad life decisions, and they rejected his lawsuit not because of the obvious,
they just couldn't deliver the paperwork.
because they didn't have a place to serve the papers, so they dismissed the case. They're like, sorry, we don't have the address for hell.
Just not committed to this job like that, okay?
But I know there was one story of like this woman decided not to leave her kids her inheritance or something like that because she had talked to a medium or something like that who her dead husband told her not to do it anymore. So then like the kids had to take them to court about, ghost dad. And actually the kids did not win the suit, if I remember right. Because she was able to make, whatever changes she wanted to.
Right.
Even base it on the word of a ghost, that is what it is.
I mean, I think
but there's some really funny lawsuits out there.
Hold, but okay.
A lady died and left her booze to a dive bar in Wisconsin. They charged for $2 for a dealer's choice haunted shot. So, I was doing that. That's pretty awesome. I love that. That's nice. Everybody's down to party.
Good times. Haunted booze.
Right? How much booze does she have? I don't even have any booze in my house. Thank goodness. I'll tell you what, I'm glad I don't have True Crime and Wine Time this week to do I need a break after this past weekend, that's for sure. Oh boy. You know what? Yesterday I was saying I only got 4 hours of sleep and I was hungover for most of the day. I wanted to go to bed early, like at 5:30. I was like, oh, I'm just ready to go to bed. But I was like, no, Don't do it, Llama. Don't do it, because you'll wake up at like 11:30 and be up for
Yep.
hours. You all know the drill,
Yep.
right? So I'd stayed up, and then by the time it got to a decent bedtime hour, freaking wide awake.
You got the second wind.
Yes, yes. And I didn't go to sleep until like 12. And it was very difficult to get up this morning. But don't you hate it when that happens?
Yes.
Because we're entertaining when we drink. That's why. Because you like to see all the silly things we say and do, particularly me.
I don't drink either,
That's
just so
true.
you know.
That's true. Oh, guys, Court's back. Un momento.
Requesting application
He's back.
defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS Location Services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that, it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are, it understands where the Bluetooth beacons are, and if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data,
Yes.
in addition to being in a building, like a house or a business. That's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of your report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes,
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question, Mr.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period. And that shared the same latitude, longitude as the central point.
And looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course,
And you understand in this case, everything is shared.
of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
I'd move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
Okay. And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those 2 circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browser state.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Make this just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record, and I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Cellebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffin to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Magnet Forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
Is that what you mean?
created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So, that demonstration, therefore, was created after Cellebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration that I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Cellebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me
Yes.
see if I can rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try it differently.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Cellebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes, okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffin, you are all set, so
Thank you.
very much.
I had to eat that gyro. I was hungry.
He said thank
May we
you.
be seen why Mr. Whiffin is collecting his items?
Okay.
No lying.
Sorry, I had to eat that gyro I was bragging about because I was hungry.
You mean that gyro?
Yeah, it's the gyro.
Oh,
I actually
my
wish I had another
gosh.
one because the one wasn't enough. All right, so how do you guys feel about that? That
wow.
demonstration there?
So, who's next?
Not great. All right, let's go back to us. Wow. We wait and see what's up.
I
And
can't wait to see who's
a
next.
hug from Hank the bestie. Oh boy.
Wow.
That was something. Well, to be
That was
honest, in
phenomenal.
my opinion, I don't really give a shit about anything that guy said.
Terry. I'm glad he went through the step by step because it did help clear up for me what he was saying or what he was trying to say. But
Are you
it's
talking about with the program? Is that what you mean?
yeah. Yeah. But I mean it didn't add to his credibility at this point. So
No. No, I don't think so. His program looked like programs from the original Apple desktops.
yes.
Yeah, again, I like how he's like, oh, this is open source, so anybody can use it. I don't know
Gotta
if that
plug
was
my program. If I'm ever on jury duty and people want to interview me, I'll make sure to plug the Courtyard and True Crime Wine Time. True
Okay.
Crime and Wine Time.
Lady Ingrid says the final question summed it up nicely. I don't know what that means because I was busy feeding my face. Oh, Buffy's back. Take that off her beautiful face. You're muted. Babs.
Am I? Am I done?
There you are. You're good.
Okay. So you're telling me he performed the demonstration live. So he did a live search in front of the jury. We don't even know what he put in. Like, we're just supposed to assume he put in the actual data, but we have no clue. He could have just programmed it to pop up that way. Like, I think if you're going to do an experiment, you need to say, look, here's the data. I am putting it in. Like, you need to take it step by step, not like, look, I hit search. Like,
I hit search.
Like, I'm sorry, what? And talk about a trial by ambush. Did they know that they were going to do that?
Yeah, that's true. You mean like with his little testy thing?
Yeah. I have questions.
I just don't understand why we can't have timestamps though. Like Google timestamps are shit. Why not Safari Apple? It's very weird to me. He has this website up as the test search that he didn't delete. He couldn't delete because it would take too long.
Oh, sorry. I was just a little bit
fired up.
What? Like, I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand what I saw?
I don't think so.
Like,
I don't think so. But again, like that's the problem with it. Like I understand like the example he's trying to show, but the problem is that there are no timestamps then. So that's a problem, I think, for the prosecution too. If you want to take timestamps away, okay, but guess what? You take those away, because why would the 237 one, oh, that's a mistake. It doesn't work, but then all the other ones after that are fine. According to this guy, the timestamps aren't reliable. So that really doesn't help prosecution the slightest if that's what this guy's trying to say. Oh, Cellebrite got rid of it because it was problematic. Then why should we trust any of the other timestamps on the other text messages? Or I'm sorry, Google searches, not text messages. Those are different. My apologies.
I just
Why do we rely on the 6 o'clock one? I don't understand. Or 6:31.
Yeah, if you're throwing one out, you got to
They all
throw them
should
all
go.
out.
You got to throw them all out, right? Because I guess all they can say is like, yeah, she searched this at some point in time. But like, I feel like putting a time with those searches is important in a lot of cases, right? That's how you show like premeditation, right? But anyway, could you imagine though that your text, I would be so embarrassed if like I had a typo in my text that then becomes like the key piece of evidence that they just have to like remind the world of your typo every single time. I would be so embarrassed by that. Like, how embarrassing for her. And she's misspelled it like the other time too, right?
She doesn't
Yeah,
seem like she's
2 times.
embarrassed by much, though.
Because remember, she's completely sober, apparently, at 6 o'clock in the morning, but misspells it twice. But okay.
Well, I mean, do we know that? I mean, if Karen was still drunk at that time, would she be?
Exactly.
Not gonna.
Every search I do is like every word misspelled. Where are those searches? Which ones? I would just be like, oh man, 3-edit Annie. That is what we call her. Oh, we're back, guys. We're back. Uno momento. Lolly's standing up. Who we got? Oh, you guys can't hear it. My bad. They don't have it.
Face up quick and raise your right hand. You tell me
It's
something else
happening.
in the report that you're in the case down the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It's a woman. Good afternoon.
It's all happening.
Oh my gosh. All right, Mr. Flynn, whenever you're ready, Mr. Flynn, I'd ask
That you pull the microphone close.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right ahead.
her hair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I am 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure, I have 4 daughters that
What is
are
that?
19 and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that, in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move along?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes,
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama, or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes, back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. My day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house, so I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the Waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received the call to meet with friends and family at the Waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the Waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe very briefly, what's the Waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
Is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Okay. Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes, a little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Okay. Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Okay. Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
What's the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is, and then whatever, aunts or cousins are around come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
You were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the Waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the Waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant enter the bar and you greet, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the Waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or a blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the Waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the Waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the Waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay, but if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
On the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could.
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to
Really? Now?
Is it the stream?
Let me see. Hold on.
No.
No. Yeah, it's the stream. Oh, no, it's back. Oh, no. Okay, hold on. Hold on, you guys. Just a second. So sorry. Technical difficulties. Llama's having storm issues. We are gonna figure this out together.
Oh no. Llama says she just lost power.
I know.
Sorry, you couldn't have done this during Whiffin's testimony for real. Jen McCabe. I'm just teasing. I hope you're safe, Llama.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't need to see that much of us.
That was a whole lot.
A little meta.
Okay, hold on. Yes, I would like to do that. I want to share this. Okay, I think we're there. Give me a second. Okay.
Are we able to back it up?
Yeah, I can back it up in just a second. What do we think? We'll start from right here. Sorry, you guys. Thank you, though. Okay.
Juggle.
We can do it. Okay, ready?
We can't hear it. Can't hear it.
Do you guys have any sound?
No.
I'm withholding evidence. Okay, hold on. Let's figure it out. I don't have it muted. It's turned up. Let's see if it's muted over here. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, we're professionals here. We strive in chaos. Let's see if there's anything else. Look, Amos is messaging me to fix it because she's just amazing.
We're just trying to create some anticipation, the buildup.
Okay, hold on a sec. This is my first time figuring this out, you guys. So we appreciate your patience. Also, share tab sound.
We can just fix all of this in post, right?
Okay, let's try again. I understand. Okay, let me know if you hear anything.
We can't hear or see anything.
You can't hear or see anything now?
No.
Oh, I forgot to add it to stage. Okay.
That is John O'Keefe.
Yes. Now we can do both.
Can you continue,
Love
please, Ms.
that for
Gilman?
us. Thank you, guys.
That's funny. We'll figure it out.
Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the Waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can't, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a chair before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
You can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister or Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Yes. Do you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Hold on, you guys.
Brian Higgins, and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
Okay. When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house?
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room, or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said, my friend's going to do it. And I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters. And Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room. But you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. I was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the Waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of? Okay.
Oh, did they call a sidebar?
They did call a sidebar.
I did not hear that.
Because they asked if there was a relationship between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. Oh my gracious, you guys. Oh, that was terrifying. Oh, you know what? We can actually go ahead a little bit.
Oh, that's right. We can zoom.
Yeah. Okay.
Fast forward. Skip.
That was the scariest moment of the week for me.
You know, you can hit the arrow key on your keyboard and it'll go 5 seconds at a time.
No, good to know. Teach me the things, people.
Thank you.
You're a
May I?
professional.
Yes. That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes,
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
Well, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
There's the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes. So I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front. So I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
He never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did. Yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes. When the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us. And then my niece, Caitlin, was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left. And then a little bit later, I think it was myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Oh, maybe I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the Waterfall after midnight.
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way.
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to race?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me.
Why were they teasing you?
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
How?
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
Okay. So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2/27, that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything?
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee,
And who's
John's
Kaylee?
niece. John's niece. And I say hello. And she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that, next question is to me.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes. But it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS. So I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clear?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Yes.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
Okay. When you told her that you had seen her out front, she had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
She was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mm-hmm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking, there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
Tell a friend.
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
Okay. And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were you
sure.
worried for John at this point?
Not particularly. No,
Were you screaming?
no.
Now, at this point, at this moment, when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No,
Had you socialized with her at that time?
no.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning where Miss Reed arrives to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
Okay, I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out, or whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say at the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk?
I asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes. I wouldn't say we met. It was more of the plow was Clemens thing. She was having to move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car. So they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No,
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
no.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, we got to go to your sister's house. And Kerry Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Shut up.
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other
No.
than that meeting,
Yes, correct.
and you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was. You had been there many times for the kids.
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
Agree, Polly.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yeah.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No,
Did you provide her any comfort?
yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, someone's going to get.
What Kerry?
Oh, sorry.
How would Carrie know
Yeah,
that she was so drunk last night? I didn't even see her.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard
And why
and what
does
you
the
saw.
judge
Mhm.
keep letting
Okay.
all this in?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car. Was one of the times. Yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where
Yes.
was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Carrie was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Everybody's telling
Was she
me.
buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive
Shut up,
from
Karen.
Mr. O'Keefe's home
Shut
at
up,
Meadows
shut up,
to
shut up.
Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
100%.
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Miss Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning. No.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming. And at that point, she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
The first time
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Carrie Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car...
Never mind. We'll talk about... Remind me to bring that up later.
Yes.
Could you see
Okay.
anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
You're not a good actor.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car, and then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call was 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Carrie, Karen, and John. And at that point, Carrie asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry.
It just wasn't like normal.
Wow.
I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, we need you back tomorrow. It's okay. First, that's it for today. I have to people stay cautious. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to speak here or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Through our students, the most dangerous.
Boy,
Oh my goodness. Goodbye.
y'all can hear me all right, right?
I can hear you.
Okay. Cool.
It's so nice
I
to
don't know
hear
why
you.
it took me so long. I know. We still don't have power back. I don't know why it took me so long to realize I could come on here like on my phone. Because I tried the camera earlier just to see if it was too dark, and then
Oh,
I didn't even think about doing it this way. So real quick
oh.
before I forget, she keeps saying, well, it was dark. It was dark. I couldn't see. Okay. So for those of you that don't live where it snows, even at nighttime, snow is very reflective.
It's
It's
bright.
actually pretty bright out. Yes. At night, it's fairly bright. Even if you don't have a lot of, it gets light from the stars and the moon and things like that. So you see it pretty well at night. Now, sure, the visibility is going to be bad when it's blowing all around, but people just keep saying it's dark. We couldn't see anything because it's dark, and I'm like, but that's not. And you live in a city, right? Light pollution's I live in a city. Um, you
I
can
don't, and
see
when
no
it
matter
snowed
what.
here, it was still bright.
Exactly. Exactly. So it was
Like,
dark. We couldn't see them because it was dark. What do you mean? It's actually brighter than it usually is at
hmm.
night. But
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Do you think that's something that, well, I mean, probably not, but the defense could. I mean, there's not really too much factual. I don't know that they can be
Was it a
like,
full moon that
isn't
night?
it
I don't know,
true?
Kelly. Somebody look up what the moon is. I don't want to move off this tab on my phone because I don't know if I can
I
get back in
know.
here.
I didn't want to touch
Yeah.
anything.
You did great. I appreciate you so much for taking over. We're making it work. We're making it work. Their headlights were left on too. That's the thing. Like you
Yeah.
could actually see it compared to other nights. It would be more likely. I did miss the first part of Jen's testimony though, because I was frantic and
It
messaging was
was,
happening. Lots of things were
I
happening.
know. It was pretty
So I'm
much
probably going to go
just,
back and watch that.
oh yeah, oh, it was pretty much just her talking about herself. They were trying to like make her personable. It didn't really work. I have a couple questions though for the people that watched the first time, or if you
Yeah.
paid attention, if they said it. So okay, she said when they got there, she had been texting him like here or are you here, whichever. And I think there was another text like park behind me, but then
Yeah.
she said that she saw the SUV there, but she couldn't see inside the SUV, which whatever. Anyway, but then she sees them leave. She sees the SUV leave, but she never saw him go inside. Those are all things she said, right? He never went inside. She said, okay. Did she text him after she saw the SUV leave, asking where he was or why they left or anything like that? Or did
I
she
don't
just
believe so.
stop communicating all of a sudden? Okay. Because that's
I think,
curious to me.
yeah.
If I had somebody that was expected to come over and I saw their vehicle there, what I thought was their vehicle, and then they just left, I'd be calling like, hey, what's wrong? Blah, 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 something like,
Angie,
what
what does a new
happened?
moon mean? I'm not great with my positions of the moon. I know crescent and waning and full moon is new moon, no moon? I don't remember. It's
Is
been
that
a
like
while.
a new moon? So is that the one after the full moon? That doesn't make sense.
Mostly dark is what Belle says.
Okay, so it does mean
Either
the one
way,
after.
I mean, either way, they still have street lamps. And again, they live in a city. So I still don't think it's as dark as they're saying it is.
And the headlights.
Yeah. But thank you for the moon research. Oh, you were talking about, what did they say? Oh, and okay, you guys, when you lose something, what is the first thing you should probably do that everyone tells you to do when you lose something?
Retrace
Well,
your
do you remember
steps.
the last place you left it? And they're acting like Karen is freaking nuts for
wanting to go back.
wanting to look for John the last time she knew where he was. I mean, it just is like, I don't think that's as weird. And if she kept saying, I think I hit him, whatever, could have hit him. And Jen says, when asked, did you say anything to her about it? She was like, no. I would be asking. I'd be asking,
Yeah,
like,
I
what do
have a
you
lot of
mean? Hit him?
questions.
Where? What are you talking about? When could that have
Why do you think
happened? She didn't
that?
even
Like,
inquire. She didn't even inquire it.
I want to
You
know
know?
what else, because you guys were in the chat saying, let's see, that she didn't say, oh, that a lot of the testimony is new this time and that she left a bunch of stuff out last time. So, oh, there's Terry. So I'm curious about it. Terry says, can you imagine how I would have been? Just think of me on a Sunday night.
Very true. Very true. What did they say in the oh no, she said Karen got on top of John,
Yeah, she
straddling
said
him.
straddling
What?
him. Yeah,
How come Carrie didn't say any of that?
That was another one of my questions. Who gave him CPR? I feel like I heard two
Supposedly,
different
Carrie
things.
said it was
Karen.
Carrie said it was Karen, and I believe Karen said that on her documentary.
And then
But
she
Carrie
just
didn't
say
say anything about her straddling him, trying to get him warm or whatever. I don't know. It's weird.
That's so okay. Okay. Oh, and then Polypie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Polly wrote this earlier.
I don't know, Polly.
Right?
I don't
Why
know.
even go back to John's house? It's so weird.
It doesn't make any sense. Retrace your steps, like you just said. And then, oh my goodness, I start another one from Polly because it annoyed me. She said she could have kicked the door. And then he immediately said, so when she kicked the door, taking that as, oh, so irritating.
Fact, yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, there's another thing she said that bothered me too, that I was like, why are you just the first person saying that? I don't know. I'll have to go back and watch it though for sure tonight.
Yeah, and the hammer, like how many times did we hear 3 times?
Yes. What is this, Karen 3 times Reed? Like, is that her nickname?
Yeah, like, oh my goodness.
Like,
and I mean, hammering.
I also think it's weird that they're just like, oh, she was hysterical and screaming and being crazy. Like, okay, well, it wouldn't be for one. But she had said something about Chris Albert, that maybe she thought maybe John had went back with Chris Albert because Chris was at the bar. I felt like when I was listening to that, and again, I think that's where I finally like came in on her testimony, so I might have missed something. But the way she worded it made it sound like maybe Chris and John left after the bar and went to his house. It was very weird how she worded that. But I was like, because she brought it up. He lives by the bar, right? But why would she think that?
Because
she talked to John on the phone.
Yeah.
You know? So why would she assume Chris if Chris didn't even live right there? And then she, wanted to bring up, oh, Karen was freaking out, asking, you think if he's cheating on me, could he be sleeping with Belle's mom, whoever the hell that is? But also, like, I'm sorry, if your partner is at home at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, your two thoughts probably after drinking heavily, and you guys have had your relationship is a question mark during the day. I don't feel like that's too far of a conclusion to jump
that's not
to,
a big leap.
right? Yeah. I mean, now is John that type of guy? I don't know, but I feel like anyone would be like, okay, so they're either dead or they're cheating on me.
And as much as like the other women kind of seemed like they were maybe not physically all over him, but like all up in their business, like Carrie calling him and just, you know, checking in and all this extra stuff. I'd be a little curious.
I mean, yeah, he's a catch. I mean, it doesn't. I'm not saying that means that he would be doing anything, but she had to have known that women were very attracted to him. Sometimes it's not the person you're with to worry about; it's the other people. You know, if she wasn't being crazy, they would have an issue with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell yeah, they would. Well, she didn't seem very concerned.
Yeah, she can't really win in this situation.
No, she can't. Not at all, but that means we are probably going to have a full day of Jen tomorrow.
I know. Oh my goodness. And then we get Cross, and that's so exciting.
Oh, yeah, because I think they're going to have her on all day tomorrow. John dated Bella's mom a few years ago. Okay. Also, so what was she saying about the It's Raining Men song?
She was saying, from what I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but from what I understood, she was saying that it's kind of like a family, maybe not a joke, but an inside joke. And sometimes her sister drinks too much alcohol and then gets out an umbrella and will like dance and sing to it. And they you know, pulled it up and they were just having fun listening to it. But there was I think Angie said something about that, and I meant to. Yeah, okay, so I did write it down. She said the whole It's Raining Men video was earlier in the night than the Cellebrite guy said, because he said it was like 2 a.m. I don't remember what time she
2:30.
said.
It was like,
it wasn't.
It would have been around the same time as that House to Die in the Cold or whatever. How's long?
Yeah, 2:27.
Because that was also when she did the Sports Club look up first, followed by the It's Raining Men.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that everybody left before 2:30. I don't know.
So that I'm still confused on that. I think I'm gonna have to go back and. Well, I don't think going back and rewatching is going to answer that for me.
Bye, Shanka.
Bye, Shanka. So if you guys can clarify that, from watching the first trial, go for it. But that was confusing. And was Jen at the other bar too? Because she said at the Waterfall she only had 2 to 3 drinks, but for some reason I thought that she would. They had all been at one and then traveled to the other.
Oh, McCarthy's?
Yeah, McCarthy's.
You know what? We would know that if they ever played the damn freaking videos for us, wouldn't they?
We'd know that if they went in chronological order. That makes too much sense.
Agreed.
Yeah, is it 2
tomorrow.
or is it 3?
Right? Oh my goodness. Crazy. Oh, look at that. The sun's coming back out.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, you guys. That was fun. No, power's not on. No. Because we got more storms coming in through like 6 p.m. tonight. So.
Okay.
Only
so they
John
were
and
at
Karen were at McCarthy's. Okay.
McCarthy's first, and then went and met the rest of the group. Okay.
At the Waterfall, yeah.
See, this would make sense. They could have. Anyway. Were they with Michael? Were they with Michael?
Yeah. Yeah, at McCarthy's,
at McCarthy's? Okay, now that's making sense.
But they were only there for like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, if I remember right.
How many drinks did they say she had at McCarthy's? I don't know that they're there yet.
Oh, no, they definitely haven't said, but according to Karen, the state wants to say like 6 or 7 or 8, but for her, she only had 3 or 4 because she put all the shots in one drink.
Oh my god.
Excuse me. tomorrow will be something, because I did feel a little bit of her her demeanor today was
Mm-hmm.
tense. I think it's gonna be tense for Cross.
I'm
Excuse me.
excited. She did seem like she was trying to pull out some fake tears. She was Amber Hearding it a little bit up there. But
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I have any feelings of like Jen being behind things or anything like that, because for me, my main focus is going to be on Proctor, right?
Mhm.
Like for a real cover up, if there is one.
Well, I mean, yeah, that
Where
makes the most sense. He had his hands in the most stuff.
let's see. I hope AJ does the cross. I mean, I hope so. I bet she's not going to like that. Did he do the first for the first trial, or was it Yannetti?
Good question. Why does she hate it? I
So
mean,
probably
besides, that would be great.
Okay, so yeah, it was him the first trial.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh boy. Who is objecting that tool cross? I think it was AJ. I think that's who I heard.
Okay, that's exciting.
Because I'm not very familiar with Yannetti's voice.
Mm-mm.
So it sounded like Jackson to me.
Well, he can't like bring up all the stuff they said at the last trial. Like how her testimony is differing. But I guess he can go after what she said to the grand jury again, like he has.
Why can't he bring up the last trial that he did with the EMT guy?
Did they?
Remember?
I mean, I know he mentioned
because he said
a couple times
he
the last
said,
trial, but I've heard.
Well, one, they brought up the last trial a whole lot with Cellebrite guy.
I thought they got in trouble with that for some reason.
Oh wait, no. I'm thinking of Arca. Arca's where they talked about the last trial, but with the EMT guy, I thought they said that he said, I hit him 2 times instead of 3 times, but maybe it is the grand jury. I don't know.
But I don't know. I thought for some reason, and I could be wrong.
Mr. Kelly P.
He'll say previous
testimony.
Testimony, but they can't say last trial. Maybe that's what it is. Or they're not supposed to, but they have. I don't know. I'm trying to piece it all together, y'all.
I mean, I think prosecution keeps making this mistake, though, where they'll be in the middle of a certain testimony, and then they get the defense a whole lot of time to review it and go over it and prepare it before they come on cross with them.
I don't know. I mean, how much of that is the prosecution versus the judge?
That's true. That is true. I just mean it's not working in their favor. That's all I'm saying. Giving the defense more time to decide what they're going to do. Okay. All right.
Okay. Well. Okay. And it does seem like they've been hammering, especially Jen today with that 3 times.
Yeah. Well, she's been saying it. Everything is 3 times.
Oh, yeah?
Well, today, yeah.
I mean, yeah, today. Today she's all day.
I mean, she even made a point that everything she was saying was 3 times. So I just think that's very interesting.
Belle said Jackson.
Do you think Carrie and Jen are actually not talking tonight?
Angie,
I mean, damn.
So talking.
Jen's probably going to be on freaking Good Morning America tomorrow. Who knows?
Well, they got Carrie.
You know, and here's the thing. If I have to buy 2 stories, if I had to buy two of the stories, I would buy Carrie's over Jen's. If I had to give some credibility to one or the other, I would give more credibility to Carrie than Jen, only because Jen had been drinking. And as she said, she did take her medicine for her MS, which, you know, is nothing, you know, you got to do what you got to do for your medicine. But I mean, she also said she was groggy when she woke up. And again, she had been drinking. I doubt that they're going to count how many drinks she had, but Carrie didn't even go out that night. So probably
So
on
that's fair.
signal.
That's a fair point. Angie said Carrie was way more credible. She was more credible the first trial.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
see, Terry was groggy Monday morning when she woke up.
Oh
my goodness. Well, you guys, I'm excited about tomorrow. I think we're going to have a fiery day tomorrow. Just like today was a fiery day all around.
Today was good. I'm so glad we got to see Jen.
I get to see Jen. I thought the cross of Cellebrite guy was really good today as well. She wasn't crossed in trial. Oh, Carrie wasn't.
Okay. Yes, Llama. Who won the day today?
Who won the day today? I'm going to give my win to the defense for their cross of Whiffin.
Yeah, they tore that down.
They tore it down. And at least for me, like that guy, none of that means anything to me anymore because I have issues with his experimentation or test or whatever. Lack thereof. So, you know, and some of the things that I was wondering this morning before court happened, which was the temperature, you know, things like that, the defense paid attention to and made him talk about it. And guess what? He didn't put a body or something over a phone in a freezer. So I don't know. I think for me, defense came out the best today.
I could agree with that.
What do you think, Annie?
I said I agree with that. I mean, I'm ready to see, of course, Jen's cross tomorrow. And but honestly, I don't think Jen's testimony today did anything much for the prosecution. So no. I think because of Whiffin, almost said Whiffle because of Kelly, Whiffer. Anyway, I think it goes to the defense today because they did a really good job of tearing down Whiffin.
Yes, I finally understand what all the buzz is about when it comes to Alessi.
Good grief.
Alessi had a good day in court. We'll just put it that way.
He did have a good day in court.
He did have.
And the judge wasn't she didn't rush him along too much today, so.
No, and you know, she too, when prosecution went back on the rebuttal with Whiffin, I mean, she went along with a lot of defense's objections and sustaining them a lot during that redirect. So
she let some hearsay in too, from what I was hearing, which was a little annoying, actually a lot annoying, but okay.
I agree.
It's done. So.
Tomorrow's a whole day as far as I know. Actually, I don't think they've said at all this week's going to have any half days, but if anyone hears differently, please let me know so I can plan my week accordingly. But so far, I don't know of any later this week. So they have just been kind of like cutting us off at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Oh, you got your doctor's appointment? Yeah, me too. What's that?
I said I didn't hear any hearings this morning.
I may not have had it pulled up in time because I had it on mute. So that could be my doing. We definitely didn't hear them yesterday either. So I'll try to be more on top of it tomorrow. Because they just like went right into
Yeah. All of a sudden,
Whiffin.
he was on the
So,
stand.
yeah. So, oh yeah, I guess maybe it wasn't me. I don't know. But I think that's all we're gonna do for today, you guys. Wow, I don't have power, and Annie's held it up for me. You're supposed to do them if we miss them. Okay, I will start doing that.
Tomorrow.
If so, I'll start doing that tomorrow. I can
We'll
figure
get the
out how to
transcript
do.
for you.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, on that note, you guys, we will see you bright and early tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern for Couch Court with Llama and friends. I think we'll have Annie back tomorrow. Maybe a Buffy, probably a Buffy, especially with Jen on the stand. And hopefully Llama will have her power back by then. If something happens, we will let you guys know for sure. But otherwise, we will see you at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning to continue on with day 7 of Aaron Reed. Until then, everybody go forth and be amazing. And Annie, you're going to get to press the button.
I'm going to press it. Bye, you guys.
Bye.